Hello everyone, welcome on in. Welcome back for some more Chaos Child. We are en route to our last two character routes because I accidentally took Kudusu's route second. That aside, it'll be interesting to see how these two characters are intermingled because you only have Uki and Serika left. So I am very curious as to what will happen there, especially now that I have reviewed how to get onto this route, and that is negative delusions up until one certain point. So, let me see if I can maybe possibly chase it by going to a chapter 5 load. Because I know initially we just did all, negative, but I do remember being able to go back to these. Honestly, let's play it safe and just go new game and do all negatives just to be 100% sure we're on track. But yeah, no, this will be interesting. Definitely curious to see why it's Uki and Serika's split route, and considering how their delusions work for those two, I imagine in no way that will spare our feelings. There's also a lot of bad ends we can get between these two routes as well. But those don't start until after we're set on the route, which makes sense. One of them, to get for one of the characters, you gotta do positive for all route delusions, so that'll be also interesting to see, like, who that is, because the other one is, you know, not all positive. But then after we're done with these two characters, we'll also be en route for, getting the true one right after, which is so weird. Because we've been at this for a hot minute, you know? I mean, now that I think about it, given that, like, the divergence for Kurisu wasn't until, like, pretty much the very end, it makes more sense why it was supposed to be done, like, right before the true ending. But, you know, I guess I never learned why Hinae was with that guy at the hotel, like the Love Hotel specifically. Like, we got to know, like, why they knew each other, but not why they meted there, of all places. Or I guess met. This is the past tense. I'm good at English. Sometimes. Awesome, Yui's dead. Oh! Here's where things change. Awesome. And that's why I didn't notice the tiny girl behind me, staying there and shaking. If I had, I might have been able to stop her, oh dear. But... The tiny little girl tried to run between me and Ito, splashing blood everywhere as she ran through the puddles on the ground. She was holding a sword that was far too big for her. The girl, Yamazoe Yuki, tried to use her D-sword to slice Ito in half. No, Yamazoe! I didn't know whether she'd lost control of herself after seeing Yui, or if she was trying to protect me. Why not both? But I still believed in my best friend. Ito wouldn't betray me. He wouldn't do this. This had to be some kind of mistake. So... Something with metallic taste rose up in my throat, which was still burning from the stomach acid when I thrown up a moment ago. The metallic taste filled my mouth, and when I tried to spit it out, I sprayed a shower of red vomit everywhere. No. No. No! I thought I could hear Yamazoe screaming, but her voice seemed far away, as if my ears were plugged up. It was like a echoing It was like it was echoing from another dimension. And then I realized I was lying face down in a pool of my own blood. Huh. When did I fall over? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go ahead and do a cute little save. You guys ready for our first bad ending of the night? I hope you're ready for our first bad ending of the night. Let me quadruple check, but I'm pretty sure we need to do a negative reaction here for the bad ending. Which makes sense. Man, it hurts. There's so much blood in my mouth. I can't breathe. I tried to get up and breathe, but my body wasn't moving. Please, Emma Zoe, help me get up. I can't breathe. Don't die, Miyashiro-san. Miyashiro-san. You just have to help me get up. And then I can breathe. Absolute guttural sounds. Die. Okay, maybe that's not true. Die. You're gonna die too. Die. 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 Okay. You tell. Stop it. I tried to scream, but my mouth was no longer capable of forming words. The only sound I made was the sound of blood gurgling out of my mouth. Yamazoe's screams then stopped, and I felt something land on top of my body. Yeah. There you go, that's our first bad end. That shouldn't have been funny, but it was. It was just so abrupt, I guess. Like, it makes sense. Honestly, underwhelming. Yeah, makes sense. But naturally, we gotta have, the not die delusion in order to, you know, carry on with the routes. Oh, hi, Sarika. Hang in there. Open your eyes, please. Don't leave me. Everything started to fade away. And then for a moment, it all came back. I could see Kurisu and Sarika holding me. Yamazoe was clinging to me too, and crying like a little girl. Not that the bad endings have generally spun off into especially meaty sections, but still true. Everyone's crying for me. In all honesty, I was terrified of dying. But at least I wouldn't die a sad, lonely death. My friends and family were all crying for me. I'd always felt so sorry for myself that I never realized how blessed I truly was. Thank you, everyone. And then everything went black. The moment where I would finally cross the boundary between life and death was approaching. Butterfly, an unconscious erosion of self-indulgent kindness. Hey, Taku. Earth to Taku. If you fall asleep here, you'll catch a cold. Big bro, wake up. Wait, that was Yui. Huh? The first things I saw when I opened my eyes were the grain of the wooden table and my drool spilling all over it. I raised my head and looked around. Everyone was looking at me as I sat spaced out in a chair on the dining room table. Wait, Yui. I leaped up, grabbed Yui by her tiny little shoulders and shook her. I actually succeeded in touching her body, and it was warm. She wasn't a ghost. Yui, how are you alive? Stop it, big bro. Hey, Taku. Stop it. What's gotten into you? What? Yui was killed. So true, everyone, so true. I'm alive. Look. But Ito killed you with a knife. What? You think I'm the killer? Ito glared at me, clearly annoyed. Give me a break. Even if you were half asleep, it's not funny. Asleep? Her little palate. I let go of Yui's shoulders and took another look at my little sister. There were no cuts on her pure white skin, and there was no blood on her clothes. Was that just a dream? Of course it was. Why would someone kill me? Yeah, Sarika. But it was so real. I can still smell the blood and cuts. I can still remember the pain I felt when I was cut by that D-sword. I closed my eyes tight and ran my fingers along my temples. And then I opened my eyes again, slowly. Everything was fine. That nightmare was nowhere to be seen. Phew. I leaned back into the chair. That's right. There's no way Ito would ever kill Yui. For a moment, the name Minami Sawa Senri flashed through my mind, but I quickly shook my head to drive it away. The idea that Ito knew Senri and was after revenge was just a delusion. There was no reason to believe that it was real. Jeez, you scared me. Everyone else has been so tense, but you fell asleep. You were napping while everyone else was awake. But was I? Sorry. You're tired after everything that's happened. That's probably why you had that weird dream. I want Dad to take a look at you? No, I am fine. I'm okay now. I realized that there was a thick sheen of sweat on my forehead and wiped it away with my sleeve. Anyway, what time is it? The murderer... Ito shrugged and shook his head. It's way past midnight. Nothing happened. Nothing? I looked at the clock and saw that it was a new day. Yeah, this proves it. The case is over. But on the phone, Shinjo-san said... That's right, he said there was a murder on the 23rd too. Which means that the return of the new Gen Madness isn't over yet. Shinjo-san called? What?
何のことだ?
What are you talking about?
Huh?
Everyone seemed surprised. I took the smartphone out of my pocket, and I checked the call history. It's gone. Shinjo-san didn't call me. But was that phone call just a dream too? I sighed again and sat back in the chair. All the strength drained from my body. I see. So the return of the new gen madness really is over.
Hey, Taku, you really doing alright? Maybe you really should have your dad take a look at you.
I'm fine. Kurisu is right. I'm just tired. Hey, your face is way too close to me. I could tell she was worried, but Sarika's face was way too close to me, so I pushed it away. And that's when I realized. Where's Yamazoe? I couldn't see her anywhere. I remembered how her face had been twisted with despair when she'd attacked Ito in my dream. Even if I knew it wasn't Rula, I was still worried.
Uki-chan? Dr. Sakuma asked for her to help with something. Miyashiro-san? Do you need something?
Oh. She must have just finished, because she peeked through the door at exactly that moment. She was tiny and frail, but a lot more cheerful than she had been before. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary about her. I was relieved. Oh, nothing.
I see. Everyone, would you like something to drink? Oh, I want some grapefruit juice.
I'll take coffee.
Orange juice. Miyashiro-san, would you like your usual, mountain... Oh, what was it?
Stop it, everyone. Uki-chan isn't our maid. This household is self-service only.
No, it's fine. I want to be helpful.
Yamazoe went around and asked everyone what they wanted, then went to the kitchen. There was nothing different about her at all. Before long, I could hear the tea kettle bubbling cheerfully in the kitchen. Several days passed. And then, nothing happened on October 28th. The return of the new gen madness had ended with the death of the immolation of the woman declared responsible for these incidents that had caused public uproar. And she'd realized that she couldn't escape the police and set herself on fire. And that's what everyone, from the TV media to the internet, was saying. But is that really true? Something didn't seem right. This was the sort of thing that usually drove the people I despised most on the internet, the wrong-siders who pretended to be right-siders, into an uproar. I didn't mind the ones who made aggregator pages filled with their own personal theories, but some of them would always try to connect everything to the most ridiculous conspiracy theories. And the worst were the ones who would post information about the killer, and not just the killer themselves, but their family and relatives too, and say all kinds of terrible, unfounded things about them. But this time, that hadn't happened. No information was available at all, except for what was in the police announcement. It was like someone was censoring everything. Not only were the students at school and the people at Shibuya losing interest, but so were the guys on Ad Channel who started talking about other unrelated things instead of manifesting their usual excitement. Even if there are a lot of things competing for people's attention these days. It's still too fast, isn't it? But everyone was already starting to talk about a new event. There should be a restoration festival, which was quickly approaching.
Hey, Takeru.
Oh. As I stared at the map, I suddenly heard a bone-chilling voice from behind me. Terrified, I turned around. Kurisu was standing there, eyebrows raised.
What are you thinking about?
Your mom. Huh? I'm,
Not the case, right? It's over now. I told you that you need to leave it to the professionals.
Well, when it comes to this case, I'm basically a professional myself.
If you really insist on still getting involved, you know what will happen, right?
Yes. Her face was as terrifying as any creature from my worst nightmares. But I didn't understand why she was so mad. She was really worried about me. And I knew that after what happened to her friend Minami-san with Senri, she had probably been crying when she was alone. Still, she could be nicer about it.
If I don't scold you like this, you won't listen, will you?
But how did she know what I was thinking? Is she a psychic too?
Don't make me repeat myself all the time. I know exactly what you're thinking. I can tell by the look on your face.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, I'm getting rid of that map. It's taking up space.
Kurisu put a hand up to the map on the board to rip it off.
Oh, I'll help you.
Hi, Yuki. Yamazoe had been standing in the corner of the room, staring in wonder at everything she saw. She quickly dashed over to Kurisu.
Thanks, Yuki-chan. Can you get that side for me? Okay.
They ripped down the map I'd spent so many hours on and folded it up neatly.
What?
No,
If you want to complain, then give me a good reason.
No, it's nothing. Sorry.
You're always so wimpy, Taku. You're lame. A wuss. Seriously, I'm disappointed. I expected more from you.
Damn, even Kazuki's disappointed. Arimita was occupying a corner of the big table as she read a brainless fashion magazine, and Kazuki was at her computer playing ESO 2, like always. I'm not a wimp, okay? Kurisu is just too strong. I think both are true.
You really like it when I get mad at you, don't you, Takeru?
That's not true. I'm sorry. I shrank back and averted my eyes from the Empress. As for why Arimita and Yamazoe were here, they both joined the newspaper club as of today. Yamazoe wasn't a student at Hekiho until now, but after the case was solved, she had been allowed to enroll at the Academy's middle school. Hey guys. Huh? Ito came into the room and walked over to me, eyes shining. Oh dear. He motioned for me to lean in. What is it? This room is filled with chicks, and you're in the way. None of them are interested in you like that, Ito. Well, I'm so sorry for being in the way. The whole room smells so great. It's hard to believe this is the newspaper club. How bad do both you and Takeru smell for you to say that? Apologize to the newspaper clubs everywhere. I think I might finally get a girlfriend at this rate. I don't think so. Nuh-uh. And I'm sure that you're wrong.
Huh? What are you whispering about?
Tedika put down her magazine and looked at us. Huh? Oh, we were just talking about what our next top article should be for the newspaper club. Oh, like you don't know Serika. Yeah.
Nope. Ito-senpai is lying.
Huh? That's not true. Right, Miyashiro? Ito, you're wasting your time.
You can't lie to Hina-chan, you know.
Man, I never learned, do I? Nope, dumbass.
You guys are terrible. You were talking about something naughty that has to do with me, right?
I mean, she's not totally off the mark with that, though. That's the problem. We were not.
You're lying again. You were looking at me, imagining all kinds of delusions where you could use me however you want, weren't you?
Animita covered her chest and thighs with her hands.
Takeru, Ito-kun, excuse me?
Yeah, she's about to kill them. We are not. I quickly ran over to Animita. Listen, don't say anything that will give her the wrong idea. Kurisu gets really pissed off, there's no telling what she'll do.
You know I can hear you, right?
The little sound he made for the narrative ellipsis is funny. See? Look how she's glaring at me. I just called her Arimita and she giggled.
You know, I've been thinking for a while that you two are kind of like... What? Like a husband and wife.
Both Kurisu and I turned to her in shock.
Like a loser husband who's always worried that his scary wife is going to be mad at him.
Yeah, that's correct. Takeru is a loser husband.
Who are you calling a scary wife?
Don't be weird. I agree that she's scary, though. They both agree that he's a loser husband, though, because they didn't dispute that. Deserved. She actually punched me. She punched me right in the stomach. You deserved that one, buddy.
Wow, that looks like it hurt.
Kazuki pointed to the screen as I writhed on the ground holding my stomach. Your own fault. Exactly. You got it, Kazuki. Now, what do you want? Ellipsis question mark. Who's laughing? Me. Huh? I looked around in surprise. Is this ending secretly a love choo-choo demo? If this ending feels like a love choo-choo demo so far, I wouldn't be confident about that one, buddy. Don't get your hopes up. Yamazoe was giggling. She wasn't very loud, but she was laughing. She looked really happy. Everyone looked at her in surprise.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yamazoe realized that everyone was looking at her, and her face suddenly turned bright red.
No, come on, laugh more. Huh? Excuse me?
Too late. This game is too good at setting up expectations to tragically undercut later. True.
Uki-chan, you should laugh like that more often. It's very cute. Huh?
The way she reacted made it seem like no one had ever told Yamazoe that before. She didn't seem to know what to do.
I'll go throw out the garbage.
She grabbed the garbage can, which wasn't particularly full, and ran out into the hallway. Everyone smiled as we watched her go.
Man, that's not fair. It's just like how when a thug does something even a little nice, he looks like a great guy. Don't let her trick you, senpai.
Huh? No, she's not trying to trick me.
If this continues, my position as idol of the newspaper club will be in danger. I'm the idol of the newspaper club. I won't let you take my position. Alright, let's fight for it, Seri. If you so wish, bring it on.
Come on, you guys. I was starting to get a headache from all of this. Yamazoe was one thing, but maybe letting Aribita join had been a mistake. With the case finished, the newspaper club was finally about to get back to work again. But at this rate, we wouldn't even be able to get through a planning meeting. We never got any work done. An hour later, it was time to go home, and Mr. Wakui, the club advisor, kicked us out. We decided to pick the topic for our next paper at a later meeting, and everyone headed home.
I told you this already, but I think we should just do a behind-the-scenes report on the Restoration Festival. I think that works. Sounds like fun.
No complaints here. They've got a beauty contest, supposedly. I'd love to do a behind-the-scenes on that. Of course you do, you fucking twerp.
I knew you were that type, Ito-senpai. Never get close to me, okay?
I love Arimura. Can't you tell when I'm joking?
I could tell when you're lying. That wasn't a joke, was it?
Ito and Arimura were about to get going again, so I interrupted. Every school in the city is doing a report on the Restoration Festival, right? I think we should do a real analysis of the return of the new Gen Bandits case. It's still bothering me. And of course, we won't go into too much detail about Minamisawa Senri. I made my suggestion, trying to be as delicate toward Kurisu as possible, but... Come on, man. We're done with that thing. Every site on the internet's doing that anyway.
I agree, honestly. I really don't want to remember it.
Even Ito, who was so excited during the case, and Naribito, who was a part of it, were opposed. We'd had the same discussion during our meeting at school and gotten nowhere. What about you, Kazuki? What do you think about my proposal? Did he say something, she seemed to say? Okay, Kazuki's not going to be any help. She probably didn't even hear what we were talking about. What about you then, Yamazoe? I turned around toward Yamazoe, who was all the way in the back. She seemed surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to ask her opinion. Her eyes darted. Let's try that again. Her eyes darted from left to right.
I'm fine with whatever everyone else decides.
You can't decide. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm sorry.
She probably thought I was mad at her because she shrank back a little.
Taku, don't be mean to Uki-chan.
I'm not being mean. She's part of the newspaper club now. If she has an opinion, we should respect that, right? But Yamazoe only shrank back even further and started to mumble.
No, I don't really have an opinion. I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. I could see that tears were welling up in the corners of her eyes, so I quickly waved my hands in apology. At this rate, it really would feel like I was bullying her. At the end, I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I fell silent.
それじゃあ
Alright, Taku, Non-chan, Uki-chan, see you tomorrow.
皆さん、お疲
See
れ
you
様
later,
でした
everyone.
お疲れ様。
See you.
じゃあな。
Bye. Kurisu, Yamazoe, and I said goodbye to the other four before we headed back to Alba Dorm. We watched and waved for a moment as they went, and then started to walk once more. No one said anything for a while. The only sound on the quiet residential street was our footsteps.
ねえ、タクル。
Hey, Sakaru. It was Kurisu who broke the silence.
どう
How are you doing?
元気
Are you okay?
その、
You know,
いろいろ
a
あ
lot
ったけど、
happened,
もう
and I
元
was
気にな
wondering
った
if
か
you
な
were
って。
doing better.
ほ
You're
ら、
the
タクル
type who
くん
keeps your
結
problems
構
to
一人で
yourself
抱え
after
込んじゃう
all.
から。
Kurisu glanced at me, then looked away as she spoke.
いろいろ。
A lot, huh? She probably wasn't just talking about the return of the new gen madness. She was probably talking about everything that happened to us since the Shibuya earthquake. I thought back to all that had happened. Come to think of it, I did cause a lot of problems for Kurisu, and a lot of stress and worry too.
見ればわかる
You
よ
can tell by looking at me,
もう
right?
大丈夫。
I'm just
すっかり元
fine.
気だよ。
I could probably head
そろ
back
そろ
to
ト
my
レーラーハ
RV
ウスに戻
soon.
れると思うし。
What?
戻
You're
る気な
thinking
の
of going back? She was staring at me in surprise. Evidently, she hadn't expected that. She must have thought I was planning on staying in an Alba dorm forever.
いつまで
And
も
I
居候
can't
し
stay in
てるのよ
freeload
くない。
forever.
そんな。
But it's your home,
もともと
Takeru.
タクルの
Of
家なん
course you
だか
can
ら
stay.
いいとか悪いとかないでしょう。
いや、
No,
僕に
I
と
don't
って
think
も
it's a
さ
good idea.
良くない
I'm
気
gonna
が
get
する。
spoiled if I do.
このままだと甘えっぱなしになりそうだから。
いいのに。
And there's nothing wrong with being spoiled. She seemed a little sad as she spoke.
聞いたか
Did you hear that,
山添
Yamazoe? You could be my witness.
証人になってくれ
Whenever Kurisu gets mad at
今
me
度
from
クル
now
スに
on,
怒られそう
I
に
can
な
tell
った
her she said it's okay
甘
for
えて
me
い
to
い
be
と言ったよ
spoiled.
と反論するから。
That was his takeaway. Got it.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Wait,
ダメよ
no.
ダメ
That's got
それと
nothing
こ
to
れと
do
は
with
話が
this.
別
Kurisu turned toward Yamazoe and held up her hand, palm outward in a stop sign.
I understand.
おいおい
Hey, whose side are you
お前はどっちの味
on?
方だよ。
Well, I'm sorry.
Yamazoe seemed genuinely sad. Evidently, jokes weren't something she understood. It's okay. She got that autism. I scratched at my cheek, unsure of what to say. Kurisu rubbed her cheek with her two fingers, two or three times in the exact same way, and then slowed her pace until she was next to Yamazoe.
ねえ、ウキちゃ
Hey,
ん。
Uki-chan.
She forced herself to speak as she forced herself to speak as cheerfully as possible.
Yes?
今度の日
Do you
曜
want to go shopping this
ショッピングに行か
Sunday?
ない？ショッピング？
That was cute. I'm not gonna use my stupid ass voice for that.
ウキちゃんの部屋、
Your
ほ
room's
とんど
pretty
何
much
もないで
empty,
しょ？
right? And you
それ
didn't bring
に
many
お洋服
clothes
だっ
with
てあん
you.
まり持ってないみたいだし。
And then I remembered. Yamazoe had moved in so quickly that we didn't have a room for her, so we cleaned out the storeroom instead. When I'd last looked in there, her room was basically empty. If it was still that way, it had to be pretty bare.
でも、
But
別に
that doesn't really
困っていない
bother
ので。
me.
ダメ。
That's not enough. If your room is more cheerful, you'll feel better. And since you're a girl, you need to dress up a bit. Don't you think so, Sakura?
タクルもそう思うでしょ？
Huh? Yeah, of
もちろんじゃ
course.
ないか。
Dressing nicely is the first step toward a happy life as a
リア充生活のための
mommy.
第一歩だしな。
ほらね。
See? Sakura says he'll come with us. So let's go, okay?
は？
Wait, what did the Empress just say?
あれもこれも
There's a
買わ
lot
な
of
きゃい
stuff
け
we
ないん
have
だ
to
もの。
buy. Two girls won't be able to carry it all.
要するに
So you want me to hold your bags, basically.
違うわ。
No,
可愛
I'm
い
offering you a
女の子
chance to go on a date with
デー
two
トさせ
cute
てあげるって
girls.
言ってるの。
Yuki's underage. I don't care if she's older than she looks. She's underage. Kurisu, don't you think it's a little embarrassing to say that about yourself? Just as I thought that to myself.
Well, would you say something?
言っちゃっ
I
て
was starting
自
to
分で
regret
後悔
saying
してるんだか
that.
ら。
Kurisu's face turned red up to her ears. Meanwhile, Yamazoe was frantically looking between us, as if she wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, Uki is definitely being collateral damage in this date request.
とにかく、
Anyway,
今度の
it's just don't
日曜
make any
は
other
開けとい
plans
て
for
ね。
Sunday, okay?
でも、
But you don't have to do that for
私なんかの
someone
ため
like
にそんなご迷
me.
惑を。ちょっと、
Excuse me, Uki-chan?
私なんか
Don't
とか
say
言っちゃ
someone
ダ
like
メ。
me. You're
あと
part of the
変
family.
な遠慮も
Act
やめ
like
ること
it.
私たちは
We're
ね、
friends.
もう友
No,
達。
we're family now.
うんうん。
I told Sakura
家族
this,
なんだから。
but I want you to be spoiled.
タクルにも言ったけど、甘えるときは素直に甘えてほしいの。家族。
Family.
そう。
That's right. We're
家族
family,
よ
Uki-chan.
ウキちゃん。
Yamazoe didn't seem to know how to respond. It was like she was surprised, hesitant, smiling, crying all at once. And she looked at us, her expression blending all of those emotions.
ああ、それと
Oh,
ね、
and I think it's time for you to stop calling Takuru Miyashiro-san.
そろそろやめにしましょう。
Both of them going on.
タクルも
You
よ。
too, Takuru. The rule in our family is that everyone calls each other
お
by
互
their
い
first
名前で呼
name.
び合うのがルールだから。
Kurisu's voice was cheerful, but I felt an ache in my chest as I heard her say that. Because I hadn't called her by her first name in half a year. And looking back, it was all over something really stupid, but for some reason, I got stubborn about it. Now I couldn't go back. Even though I knew how sad she looked sometimes when I called her Kurisu.
Is it okay for me to do something so rude?
失礼
It's
じゃな
not
いわよ
rude. I told you,
遠慮は
you're
ダメ
part of the
って言ったでしょ？
family. Okay.
タクルも
You too,
了解
Takuru. Got it?
No,
了解
Roger, Yamazoe,
じゃ
Amy,
なくて、
Yuki.
ウキ。な。
Takuru-san.
さん。
Yamazoe, no, Yuki, blushed as she spoke.
Good job, both
二
of
人と
you.
も合格。
Okay, Takuru.
じゃ
Be
あ
ready
タ
on
クル
Sunday.
日曜よろしくね。
そっちも了解。
Yeah, Roger that
わかったよ。
too. I get it. And there's nothing in life so boring as being forced to go shopping with a girl. But that's part of my male noblesse oblige. I definitely butchered that, but I don't care enough. You have to enjoy it as best as you can. At least that's what Minami Kata's Kenji Sensei's column said in Cool Cat Press.
それじゃあ
Alright,
決まりね
it's settled. I can't wait.
Kurisu tapped Uki lightly on the shoulder. Yuki still didn't seem to know what to say, but eventually she said, "Thank you," in a tiny voice. And then,
家族。
Family.
she whispered the word again. And I couldn't tell for sure, but she sounded very happy.
Wow.
Yuki gasped in amazement upon seeing the scramble crossing. After spending so much time in that basement, Shibuya on a busy Sunday must have been quite a shock to her. Her eyes were quickly moving from one thing to another, as if everything was new and exciting. Because it is.
Yuki-chan, don't get lost, okay? Okay. You too, Takuru-chan.
Silly. I'm
今すぐ帰って
willing
も
to
い
go
いんだ
home
ぞ
right now if I have to, you know.
No, Taku, you're staying with us all day today.
You don't get a talk, Onoe. Now, what are you even doing here anyway?
What? That's so mean. Am I not allowed to be here? That was really hurtful. Terribly hurtful. You should apologize to Steady.
I don't mean to interrupt your lecture, but nobody asked you to come either.
What?
Arimita pouted. I didn't know how they'd found out about it, but when we got to the intersection in front of Shibuya Station, these two were waiting for us. They wanted to come shopping too, evidently. Apparently, Serika and Arimita had really become good friends. I guess teenage girls are good at that.
Well, why not? The more the merrier.
So true. Kurisu laughed, but I had a terrible feeling. Listen up, Onoe, Arimita. I'm here to carry Uki's things, not yours. No matter what stupid things you buy, I'm not
お前
holding
たちが
them.
どんなにアホなものを買おうと絶対に持たないからな
I'm not buying anything stupid. I think I just realized Miyashita-senpai is a virgin who's never gotten laid. God damn.
おい有村
Arimita,
お
go
前やっぱ
home.
り帰れ
Now. A virgin? Oh no, not in front of the child.
ウキはそういう
And
こと
don't
覚え
worry
なく
about
てい
that,
いから
Uki.
Come on, don't teach Yuki-chan weird words. Let's not waste any more time.
Kurisu grabbed Uki's hand in a very natural way and started to walk ahead. Aw, hand-holding. Down in that basement, she'd probably offered her hand to a lot of people, but no one had ever offered a hand to her. Uki was staring at Kurisu's hand in shock. But instead of shaking it off, she matched Kurisu's pace and followed along. I quickly followed after her. Behind me were Serika and Arimura, happily chatting with each other. 2 hours later.
Hey, senpai, what do you think about this outfit? Oh, it's wonderful. Such a pretty color. I want that. What do you think, Uki-chan? It's good, I think. I see. Uki doesn't like this stuff, guys. That's not true. You can't lie to me, okay? Oh.
The 4 of them were talking in front of the store. I sat down on a nearby bench, feeling a little exhausted. This was the 7th place we've been to, damn. And we still hadn't bought anything, also damn, sheesh. We'd gone from one shop to another, down a street filled with huge crowds. My head was starting to spin.
Hey, Taku, which skirt do you like better? This one or this one?
No, the one on the right.
右
Yeah? But I don't know if it looked good in all this lace. Or if I'd look good in all this lace.
Wait, you're picking out clothes for yourself? Go find clothes for Uki.
Aw, they don't have to get so mad. I'm sorry, Takuru-san.
Uki came out of the store just in time to get mad.
Let's go home. I don't need fancy clothes after all.
Huh? I quickly stood up.
いや
No, that's not what I
そんなつもりで言っ
meant.
たんじゃ
But
今日はウキの
We're
買い
here to
物
buy
に来た
stuff
んだ
for
し
you today. The conversation cut off. She shrank back and looked at the ground. She was staring at her feet, a look of despair in her eyes. I realized my mistake and scratched my head.
なあ
Well,
yes.
僕
I'm
も
probably
あん
not
まり人のこ
one
と
to
言えないけ
talk,
ど
but
Yes.
ウキはちょっと
I think
その
you're taking things a little too seriously.
この前
Like
クリス
Kurisu
も言ってたけ
said,
どさ
you're part of the
変な遠慮と
family,
か
you
いらない
know?
から
I'm pretty sure she's autistic, and that's part of the problem.
おのいの10分の
Feel
1
free
くらいなら
to
わか
be
る
at least 1/10 as selfish as Onoe is.
Are you talking about me? I can hear you.
I ignored Serika and looked back at Yuki. Yuki had just raised her head, so our eyes met for a moment. We quickly looked away from each other. Damn.
ということだから
So,
僕の
don't
こと
worry
構わ
about
なくていい
me.
よ
She seemed to think for a minute. But after a while, her pale crimson lips began to softly move.
Alright. Thank you. I'm sorry. Come on, you two. Let's go to the next place.
Kurisu came over and grinned at me.
な
What?
なんだよ
It wouldn't kill you to be nice to me once in a while, you
そ
know.
のくらい優しくしてくれてもいいのにな。
だから
What are you
なんだ
talking
よそれ
about?
Hey, how about parkour next,
ハル
guys?
スはどうか
There's
しら。
other things I want to
お洋
get
服だけ
besides
じゃなくて
clothes.
他にも揃えたいものあるし。
Kurisu chuckled, then took Kuki's hand and walked off in the direction of Parku.
Wow, it's so cute.
いい
Yeah,
ですね。
this is great.
これで決まり
This
じ
is
ゃない
exactly what we're looking for, right?
We wandered around Parku for a while. To buy 10% off. Parku was a shop that sold natural fashion style clothes. After having Uki try on several different outfits, they finally found one they liked. No. Even I almost gasped when I saw her appear from inside the changing room. Yuki fidgeted awkwardly as everyone complimented her. I wasn't used to getting compliments either, so I knew how she felt. But even I had to add a compliment of my own at the sight of her. Yeah, you look like a totally different person. That outfit just looked that good on her.
Thank you. I'll take this one then.
せっかくだか
Might
ら
not have them
預
take
かっ
the
てもら
tag
って
off and wear it
この
now.
まま着ていかない？
Oh, okay.
ラクル、
Takuru,
ウキちゃんの
we
制
had
服
them put Uki-chan's
袋に入れてもら
uniform
った
into a
から
bag.
持ってて
Carry
ね。
it, okay?
はい
Fine, fine. I hung the shopping bag off my shoulder. Yuki quickly tried to grab it off.
No, I can't have you do that. I'll carry it.
任せちゃっ
Not
ていいの
him.
よ。
That's why he's here
今日は
today.
そのためについてきてもらったんだから。
だってさ
And you heard the lady.
ちょっ
It's
と
better to
その
just
言
do
うこ
what
と
the
は聞い
Empress
といた方
tells
がい
you.
い
Remember what I
それ
just
に
said.
さっきも言った
Don't worry about stuff
気
too
使わなく
much.
ていいって
ねえ、ウキちゃん。
Look, Uki-chan, I have these cute accessories over here. Want to check them out?
ほら呼んでる
See? She's calling you.
行ってきなよ
Go talk to her. I gave Uki a little push on the back.
Okay. Just for a little. Thank you.
Yuki went over to the rest of the girls, but not before turning back to look at me several times. They all lined up and started to examine the jewelry. I couldn't help but smile a little as I watched them.
ありがとう、タクル。
Thanks, Takuru. This is a big help.
いやま
Oh,
あその
well, You helped me out a lot too, you know, during my physical therapy, and when I formed the newspaper club.
新聞部を作る時とか。
Oh, are you feeling like you owe me?
くれてるんだ。
No, of course I do.
だったら
Then you better start paying me
た
back.
くさん恩返ししてもらわなくっちゃね。
Paying you back? How? Kurisu's mischievous smile seemed a little scary.
ダメだよ。
Come on, Uki. You need to get some cute undies too.
Can I?
No, I'm fine with the normal ones.
それじゃ
That's no
つまんないじゃん
fun.
向こうに
There was a laundry
ランドリーのお店
place
あった
over
よ
there,
ね。
wasn't there?
よし、私た
Okay,
ちが選ん
we'll
だ
pick
よ。
out some stuff for you. What? Huh? What?
タク、
Taku, Hanchan, let's go. Okay, come on,
ほら、行き
Takuru.
ましょう、タクル。
Wait, no way! I can't go inside the underwear store. I tried to resist as Kurisu dragged me by the arm.
そんなことない
That's
わ
not
よ。
true. A lot of boys get to pick something out with their
彼女と一緒に選んであげてる男の子は
girlfriend.
結構いるんだから。
Girlfriend, not little sister. But they do.
タクルも
Takuru,
早く
I hope you get a lover like that soon, you know.
Animela and Seriko stopped to look at me and said, "Nope, not happening for a while. You've got that right." Listen, you guys. The two of them started to cackle, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. Heh, loser. Yuki, however, just stared, blinking and bewildered.
恋人
A lover?
I heard her whisper the words mysteriously.
So, you
と
think
りあえ
this
ず
is
こ
enough?
のくらいでいいかな。
Yeah. Kurisu ended up buying all kinds of things for Uki, from clothes, toiletries, to even decorations for her room. So my arms were full of bags, and my joints were starting to ache. Kurisu, Serika, and Narimita all had their hands full too, but as befitted an empress, Kurisu didn't seem to be bothered at all. And half of the bags that Serika and Narimita were carrying were things that they bought for themselves, so instead of complaining, they were chattering happily. Since no one else was complaining, that meant I couldn't either. I'd look like a loser if I did.
ねえ、ウキちゃん。
Hey, Uki-chan, is there anything else you want?
いえ、
No,
もう
I'm
大丈
fine.
夫です。そう
Really?
それじゃあ
Let's go
帰りま
home
しょう
then.
か。
We all began to head for Albadorm as twilight approached. Uki was walking a half step behind as everyone else walked in front.
これで
No,
随
it'll
分と
look more
女の
like
子らしい部屋になる
much more like
な。
a girl's room.
だといいな。
I hope so. Kudusi laughed a little. I looked at her, confused.
思い出した
I
の。
remember when you woke
タ
up
ク
from
ル
your
が昏睡か
coma.
ら目を覚ました時のこと。
Huh?
あれからもう5年に
It
な
would
るの
have been
ね。
5 years ago
あ
now,
の時
huh?
も
We went to
こうや
buy
って
things for you
タ
just
クル
like
の身
this
の
back
回りの
then
ものを
too.
買いに来たのよ。
そうなのか。
Did we?
Yep.
私と
Nathan and
な
I
ん
went
ちゃんで買い
shopping for
物し
you.
たんだからね。
You should be grateful.
感謝するように。
I had no idea. I remembered being surprised at how much stuff was ready for me.
そっか。
I see.
助かったよ、
Thanks,
二人と
you
も。
too.
ね
Hey,
そう
do
い
you
えば
remember
覚えてる
Serika?
セリカ。
And the first and last
最
time
後
we
の
got
最後で
into
ちょ
a
っと喧
fight?
嘩しちゃったこと。あ
Oh,
あ
yeah.
れね。
Hmm?
あの時
We
は
got into a big
ほんと
argument in the
ショップの
middle of
中
the
で大
store
激
about
論
whether
した
to
わ
buy you boxers
タ
or
クルの
briefs.
下着はトランクスがいいかブリーフがいいかって。
そんなことで
Why were you
激論す
arguing
んな
about something like that? I glared at them and my face turned red.
ちなみに
By the way,
のんちゃん
Nochan
は
said
トランクス
boxers,
私
and I
は
said
黒
black
のブリー
briefs.
フがいいと言って譲りませんでした。
なんで
Why
黒なの
black?
結局
In the end,
じゃん
we
けん
played
で
rock,
私
paper,
が負けちゃ
scissors,
った
and I
わ
lost. It was so
残念だな。
disappointing.
残念だな
What's disappointing is your taste in underwear.
Huh? You're definitely not a boxers type of guy. Don't you think so,
ひなちゃん
Hina-chan?
もそう思うで でしょ
Instead of asking him, she's asking Hinai.
No, and honestly, no matter what Miyashita-senpai wears, I can't see him ever getting to show them to a girl, so how much does it matter?
Roast him while you're at it, I guess.
Oh, that's true.
そうだね
I hated to admit it, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. As my shoulders shook with rage, and it was definitely rage, not exhaustion from the heavy bags, I saw Kurisu suddenly turn around. Where's Uki-chan?
ちゃんは
Uh-oh. Huh? I'd been so focused on the conversation that I hadn't noticed. But when I turned around, she was gone. I looked around to see where she'd gone. Oh. I found her. I could see the top of her tiny head on the other side of the crowd. She stopped in front of a store and was looking through the window pane.
Uki?
Uki. I went back to see what she was looking at. Aw. It was a fairly large florist shop. Uki was staring in amazement at all the plants lined up in the window. We've been to a lot of different places today, but this was the first one I'd seen her so interested in. Some of the plants were as tall as I was, with leaves growing out of a strong, thick trunk, and some of them were tiny, pretty flowers whose vases would fit in your hands. I felt like you could stare at all the different kinds for hours. I could hear her tiny voice saying, "Wow," as she looked at them. Do you like this stuff?
好きなのかそういうの。
She got startled. She must not have realized I was there, because she looked up at me in shock. And then she realized that she'd been pressing her face up to his store window and blushed.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
謝ることな
There's
んて
something
な
to
いわ
apologize for.
見てるだ
It's
け
fun
で
to
癒
look
さ
at
れる
these,
もん
isn't
ね
it?
私
I like
あれ
bamboo
林と
plants.
か好きだな私は
I'm a
パキラ
fan
で
of
すかね
Kachita
やっ
plants
ぱり
myself.
And the girls were smiling as they looked at the plants in the windowsill too.
あ、そうだせっかくだし
Oh, I know. Why don't we put something in Uki-chan's room?
あんまり大きい
We
のは持
can't
って
take
帰れな
anything
い
too
し
big home with
世話も
us.
大
We
変だか
wouldn't be
ら
able to
小
take
さい
care
の
of
になっちゃうけど
We wouldn't be able to care for it anyway. But maybe we could get something small.
I couldn't. I've never taken care of a
観葉植物のお世話
plant.
したことありません
One way to learn.
そうなの
You haven't. And I was kind of surprised. She'd been so dedicated to taking care of the patients at the hospital that I was sure she'd have taken good care of plants there too.
住んでいた
And there was
地下
no
の部屋
sunlight
は
in the
お日
basement
様
where I
が当
lived.
たらなくて
They all
みんな
wilted.
枯れてしまうので
Oh.
あ、
No.
そう
Right.
だよな。
Of course. Yuki had lived in a dark basement with no sunlight at all. She'd lived there for years, and then finally she'd been abandoned. I suddenly remember the despair in her eyes when she'd seen the empty basement. She must have remembered it too, because she suddenly cast her gaze downward. Kurisu forced herself to speak in a chipper voice.
それなら大丈
Don't
夫
worry about that.
ウキちゃん
Your
の
room
お部屋
gets a
ね
lot of sunlight.
実は
It was
物置
honestly a
なんかに
waste
して
to
お
use
く
it
の
as
も
a
ったいなかった
closet.
のよ日当たりとかとってもいいんだから
ほら、
Go find
好
one
き
you
な
like,
の探して
Yuki.
こいよ。
I've still
ユキ
got room to carry a
小
small
さな
vase.
鉢植えくらいならまだ持てるし。
もしも
If you don't think you can raise it on your own,
一人で育てるのが難しそうなら
why don't we do it together?
私と一緒にどうかしら一緒に
Together?
そう
That's right. We're
私た
family
ちは
now,
もう家
right?
族なんだし
ってことで、
So hurry
早
up,
くしろ
before I
よ。
change my mind.
僕の気が変わらないうちに。
Okay.
Yuki went inside this flower shop, still hesitant, but smiling. As soon as we got back to Alba dorm, the girls all went to decorate Yuki's room. I, of course, stayed behind. After about an hour and a half of waiting,
タクルに
Big bro, it's all set. You can come in now.
Yui finally came to tell me it was alright, so I went to see Uki's room.
どれどれ
Let's take a look.
You're gonna be surprised, Taku.
しますよ
You sure will.
Huh? Is it really that? No. Look at the fucking glue on the table. How did they carry the furniture? Anyways, wow. It really was that surprising. Yeah, you guys carried furniture somehow. I was amazed at what I saw. I couldn't believe this was the same empty room I'd seen just a short while before. There were pretty curtains on the windowsill. A fluffy girly comforter sat on the bed. You don't even know what animal that's supposed to be, but it's wonderful. I think it's a cat. A very floofy, poofy cat, but yes, delightful. The soft carpet had been laid on the cold floor, and the small shelving unit even had some stuffed animals, probably courtesy of Kurisu or Serika. Beautiful photos in attractive frames now hung on the empty white walls, which had looked like something from a hospital room. The light bulbs had even been replaced with ones that cast a warmer shade of light. The desk, chair, and shelves, which had only been used for work, had now been done up in something much more appropriate for a little girl's room. On top of the shelves was the plant Yuki had picked out, a Schefflera. I don't know. His leaves were bright and green. This is incredible.
でしょ
I know, right?
As I looked around the room in amazement, I saw a tiny girl looking sad in the corner of the room. It was Uki, the room's owner. What's wrong, Uki?
こんな素敵な
I've never had a wonderful room like this.
どこ
I
に
don't know
入
what
れ
I'm
ばいいのか
supposed to
わからなく
do.
て
Oh. I couldn't help but laugh as I saw her clasp her hands in front of her chest and bitch it.
自分の
It's
部
your
屋
own
なんだか
room.
ら
Do whatever
堂
you
々としてれ
want.
ばいいじゃないか
Sit on the bed or
ベッドで
something.
も座ってろよ
I patted the cute comforter on the bed.
Wah, you're inviting her to bed? Senpai, you're such a perv.
I'm gonna flick your forehead, Arimira.
誘って
I am not. Is that all you ever talk about?
もう
Aw,
そんな
don't get so
ムキに
mad,
ならなくて
Senpai. It was only a
先輩
joke.
冗談が通じなさすぎます
お前のは
Coming
冗
from
談
you,
に
it doesn't
聞こ
sound
えないんだ
like a
よ
joke. Nah, I knew it was a joke. I glared at Arimira, but she just stuck her tongue out and laughed. Serika, Kurisu, and Yui all started laughing too. Yuki, however, just looked around at everyone as if she didn't know what we were talking about. Well, first of all, she's baby. Second of all, she's definitely autistic. Look at her. Me, Serika, Kurisu, Ito, Arimira, Kazuki, and now Uki, the newest member of the Hekikowa newspaper club, we're here together. Autism creature for real. We all looked a little tired. Our meeting to decide what we'd put in the next issue hadn't been going well at all.
ああもういい
Okay, I think it's
部長の
time
僕
to
が
call
そ
it
ろ
a
そろ
day.
結論を出した
I'm
い
the
と思
club
う
president, and I'm making my decision.
結論も
Just
何
decide
も
on doing the
復興祭の
behind-the-scenes
裏側
report on the
レポートで問
festival.
題ないじゃ
It's
ん
easy.
いや
No,
いくら
that's
なん
too
でもそれは
obvious.
安直すぎる
Give it up, man. You're not still thinking about doing the return
ま
of
だ
the
ニ
new
ュージ
Gen
ネの
Madness
狂気の
anymore,
再来
are
事件に
you?
こだわってる
No
んじゃ
one
ないだろう
cares
な
now.
もう誰も興味持ってないぜ
Kurisu's face contorted with sadness for an instant when she heard the name Return of the New Gen Madness. She was probably thinking about Minamisawa Senri, the killer who committed suicide.
いや
Mm,
別に
It doesn't have to be the
ニュ
new
ージェン
Gen
じゃなくてもいいんだ
stuff. It could be
他にも
something
何
else
かない
like...
かな
Since Kurisu was here, I didn't want to get into it any further, but it still seemed strange to me. No one cared about the return of the new Gen Madness anymore. The case had altered every aspect of our lives and attracted the attention of the entire nation, and now everyone had just forgotten about it.
うーん
Personally, I think it's pretty much dead.
確かに
Deader
オワコ
than
ンの
dead.
極みっすよね
when I saw how casual Ayumida was acting, I only became more suspicious. It didn't make sense. What was the reason for this difference between me and everyone else?
How about we make this fair, everyone? We could put it to majority vote.
Kurisu seemed eager to smooth things over.
まあ、いいんじゃな
I
い
guess that's okay.
Miyashiro?
What about you, Miyashiro?
いいだろう。
Fine by
そうい
me,
う
if
こと
that's
なら
what you
受け
want.
て立とうじゃないか。
I guess I'll have to give up on persuading Ito and Orimura. That's a shame. Those two are always pretty easily influenced by trends. But I'm sure the others will understand.
And that settles it then. As vice president, I'll count the votes. First, everyone in favor of doing the Restoration Festival, raise your hand.
I heard everyone gulp a little, and then the veil of silence dropped. Ito and Orimura raised their hands immediately. A moment later, Kazuki slowly raised her own.
Alright, so 3 votes. Next question. Who wants to go a little deeper into the Return of the New Gen Madness case? Please raise your hands.
I raised my own hand immediately. What about Terika and Kurisu? If they don't go for Ito and Orimura's proposal, then that means Terika and Kurisu would agree with me.
おい、
Wait. But only Terika raised her hand. Kurisu didn't.
ちょっと待て。
Wait a
クリス
minute, second, Kurisu.
どっちも
Why aren't you
手を挙げ
voting?
ないってのはどういう
If you're not voting for Ito, that means you should be on my side, right?
イコール僕に賛成ってことなんじゃないのか。
She's counting the votes, so I think she is abstaining.
I don't know why, but I'm not feeling really excited about either of your ideas. Can I just abstain this time?
危険
Abstain?
そんな
You
の
can't
お
do
かしいだ
that.
ろ。
I can't. Then I guess I'll pick the festival.
クリス
So
は危険か
Kurisu's
ら仕方ない
abstaining,
んだ
huh? Fine by me.
おい
Wait, she was about to vote for doing the festival.
いや、やはり
No,
ここは
we should respect her
人という
wishes and allow her to
自由意志
abstain.
を尊重すべきだ。
Wow.
I deliberately ignored Arimita's cold glance. However, if Kurisu or Kazuki had voted with me, I could have made it a tie. At this rate, things weren't looking good.
Alright, looks like we have our result then.
Oh.
Everyone in the room looked toward a single spot. Next to me, fidgeting awkwardly, but still raising her hand, was... No.
ウキ、
Let me double check. Uki-chan, you're raising your hand because... yes, I agree with Takuru-san.
My gaze met with Yuki's. Her little eyes seemed to be sending me a message that only I could see.
あ、
Oh,
いや、
Oh, wow, I saw it. The two of them were staring into each other's eyes.
Wait, Miyashiro, where did you seduce
どうや
Yuki-chan?
ってウキちゃんを手なずけた
Huh?
Oh no, he's a lolicon, a criminal. Call the cops.
The whole room started to buzz like someone had poked a beehive.
Jeez, you should see the look on your face.
Kurisu laughed and gently put her hand on my shoulder.
Kids can tell whether someone's good or bad. You can be proud that Uki-chan's given you her okay.
She's not that young, like she's baby, but not that baby. Uki was glancing up at me from time to time, her cheeks still blushing pale red. Aw. Did that mean she'd taken a liking to me? I mean, you've been a good older brother, so... Of course, that wasn't a bad thing. But... none of this all seemed quite real, especially the way everyone was willing to just give up on the Return of the New Generation Madness case. Hey everyone, I'm glad you're all here. Mr. Wakui smiled as he opened the door and came inside.
Huh? You don't come here often, sir.
No, actually. I have some good news for you all. I wanted to tell you as soon as possible.
Good news?
Well, more specifically, good news for Miyashita-kun.
僕を
For me. My heart started pounding a little faster when he said my name. You know, you had that discussion you guys were going to do at the cultural festival, right? He was probably trying to be as vague as possible because of what had happened with Watabe. When he saw the tension on everyone's face, he quickly continued. The director of that Nikoniya video program contacted us.
The director from Nikoniya?
That's right. Actually, they want you to take Watabe's son's place on the news program that he did. Huh?
僕が
Me?
ですか
On a Nikoniya news video show? Well, even after what happened, Watabe was a very talented reporter, and he seemed to have taken a liking to you, so the director seems to have taken an interest himself. So he wants you on as a commentator, speaking from the perspective of a high school reporter. Watabe's news program. That's Nikoniya News, right? The most popular source of information around. And they want me as a commentator? Is this really happening? How about Miyashita-kun? They seem pretty insistent. After their initial shock faded, I felt a kind of weird happiness. Or a weird kind of happiness. Same difference. It felt like I was walking on top of a cloud. But... Can I really do such an important job? If I trip over my tongue or panic, I'll look stupid in front of the viewers. Everyone will be laughing at me. Well, no one's laughed at me for tripping over my words, so it's fine. Maybe.
That's great, Taku. This is your big chance.
chance.
My big chance. Huh? Come on, what's wrong with Yoshiro? Nikoniya News is a huge program. Why the hesitation?
That's right. This is your big chance. Everyone else in the world wants it, but you're the only one who gets this super ultra deluxe chance.
Have a good lurk, Marvel. Please get rest. You need it. Now you can show all those wrong-siders the true power of a right-sider. Man, I'm so happy for you. Well... Still, I wasn't sure what to do. Of course, the offer was an enticing one, however. If it had been an opportunity for everyone in the Hekiho newspaper club, I would have accepted without a second thought. We all did the investigations together, so it wouldn't be right for me to take all the credit. And what's more...
Come on, Sakaru. If you're not certain, I'll just try it and see how you feel. Make it happen. It'll be fine. You can do it, Taku.
No, it's not that easy. Sarika said I could do it, but I wasn't sure I really could. I was a shy person to begin with, so I didn't know how I would be able to talk on camera.
It's not that big a deal. Just say what's on your mind, like you always do around us.
いつもみたい
Like I always do.
それに相手
And
は
the camera's
カメ
not
ラ
a
で人
person.
間じゃない
Does it make you feel
そう考
better
える
if
と
you
気が楽だろ
think of it that way?
大丈夫
It'll be
各
fine.
戦そう望んでいるな
If
ら
this is what you wish
絶
for,
対
I'm sure it'll go
間違いな
well.
くうまくいくって
Even after all that, I still wasn't sure what I should do, until I felt a small tug at my shirt.
私
I
も
think that you can do it too.
できると思います
For some reason, when I saw how serious she was, even if she was a little trepidatious about speaking, I felt a lot better.
どうかな
And what do you say,
宮代君。
Miyashiro-kun?
じゃ
I'll
あ
try it then.
やってみることにします
Yes.
これで一気に
Now the
部も
whole
注目
school
を
will
集め
hear
て
about our club.
新入
He'll
部
be
員
sure to
も
get
怒
some
々
new
と押し寄せ
members.
てくるに違いない
Tsuruka and Narimura gave each other a high five, big grins on their faces.
じゃあ
Okay,
先方に
I'll
は
tell
そう
them.
伝えて
Oh, I
あ
almost
そうだ
forgot.
忘れてた
Mr. Wakui clapped his hands together. It seemed like he just remembered something.
せっかくだから
They want you to do your
初
first
回は
broadcast
渋谷
live
の会
from
場
the
から
Shibuya
生中
Restoration
継にした
Festival.
いって話
That'll
だ
be
けど
okay, right?
それで構わないよね
What? A live broadcast from the Shibuya Restoration Festival? And that means...
一応
Since you're a student, it'll be hard for them to give you any money. So instead, they're offering you platinum tickets for the
代わり
main
に
event.
メインイベントのプラチナチケットを宮代くんのために用意してくれるそうなんだよ
The main event for the Shibuya Restoration Festival was going to be held at the Hikari World Theater Cube. Major celebrities were going to be there, and the tickets had sold out seconds after going on sale. Supposedly, it cost a fortune to get one from a scalper on the internet now.
Oh man, I'm so jealous. You're like a super VIP, Taku.
くっそ
Damn it.
なんだよ
If I knew that before, I would have
こんなこと
volunteered
なら俺が
instead.
出るって言っときゃよかった
As I heard them all complain, my uneasiness disappeared, and instead I felt joy at being chosen.
宮代くんそれでも構わない
Miyashiko,
ね
that's alright. Okay. That's okay, right?
Oh.
Oh,
はい
yes.
ん
Alright.
先方に
That's all
は
then.
伝えておくから
He smiled one last time and left the room.
よかったわ
That's
ね
so great,
タクル
Takeru.
羨ましい
I'm so jealous.
かな
当然といえ
Well,
ば
it's only
当然
natural
だ
that
け
they
どな
chose me. Or they'd choose me.
あその発
Oh,
言
that
だ
statement's a lie.
タク
Taku, you're such a liar.
And then my eyes met with Yuki's again. She got in quiet while everyone else had been excited.
Oh, well,
よかった
I'm
です
happy for you,
タクルさん
Takeru-san.
Oh, thanks.
まあ
Yeah. Her smile was a flower that wasn't quite in full bloom, and somehow, seeing it made me feel really strange. We stayed there and talked about Nikoniya news until the sun set and the chime rang to tell us it was time to go home. After the big news, we hadn't gotten anywhere with our next project, but that was fine. We each grabbed our bags and headed for the shoe walkers.
なあ
Hey, if your Nikoniya news thing goes well, we'll get some new members, right?
そしたら
And then we
予
can
算
get a
も
bigger
増えるし
budget. It'll be
言う
great.
ことなしっすねだったら嬉しい
That
な
would make me really happy.
タクたち
The
が
club's
卒業
been
しちゃう
going,
と
the
部活も一気
the
に
club's gonna
寂
be
し
a
くなっ
very
ちゃう
different
し
place once you guys graduate.
We still didn't know what was going to happen, but they were already getting excited. I ignored them and went to take my shoes out of their box.
Mhm.
And what is this? On top of my shoes. I could feel something thin, like a paper. I took it out, wondering what it could be.
これ
Is this... It's definitely one of those things you put letters in What was that called again? Ah, right, an envelope. What's more, it was a very cute envelope, which smelled kinda good. In large letters, in the center it said, "To Miyashita-senpai." I turned it around and there was a heart-shaped sticker sealing it shut. No way. Could this be? No, wait, don't be hasty, Miyashita Takaru. You don't know that for a fact yet. I flipped it around and looked at the other side again. There was a name on the envelope. Awazaki Yume.
Aozaki.
Who's that? I tried to remember, but nothing came to me.
Yume.
Yume. Huh.
Taku, what's wrong?
Huh? It's nothing. Oh,
Did you just hide something behind your back?
I did not.
Oh, that was a lie. Which means... Hana-chan!
Ah. Kazuki had snuck behind me at some point. She quickly grabbed the letter out of my hands. Hey, is that...
Is this a love letter?
Everyone started to shout as they peered at the letter in Kazuki's hands.
No way, for Taku. Seriously, who sent it? Awazaki Yume. That's how you read this, right? Wait a second. Awazaki-san, the second year?
What? Ito and Arimina gasped in surprise at almost the exact same time. You know her, Ito? Do I know her? Do you not know her? She's the prettiest girl to attend our school in over a decade. That's a weird thing to say, Ito, huh? I had no idea.
I know her too. They say she's so pretty that it's like she stepped out of the pages of a shoujo manga. They say she's not just the prettiest girl in her grade, she's the prettiest girl in the school. Wow, a girl like that sending Taku a love letter?
Kazuki, huh? No, Kazuki, there's no need to punch the shoe lockers and find out if they're hurt. You're kidding me. Her? Awazaki-san? That unbelievably special, beautiful girl wrote Miyashiro a love letter? You're kidding me. It's gotta be some mistake. Or maybe she's just screwing with you. Ito was stomping his feet and throwing a tantrum. He looked like he was about to cry tears of blood. Is this Awazaki Yume really that pretty? No, calm down everyone. Ito's right. It could just be a prank. I tried to play it cool and speak in a calm, level voice, but I failed. Even I could tell that my voice was shaking. The most beautiful girl in the school had sent me a love letter. Was this the beginning of a wonderful romance? Was I about to say goodbye to my days of being single and enter the world of normies? Well, I already was a normie, but I mean in the other sense of the word.
Don't do that, Takeru.
Kurisu suddenly turned to me with a serious look on her face. Don't do what?
They'll just decide that it's a prank. That's rude. You have to read it first, and then give them your answer.
Yeah, I know that. From the look in her eyes, I could tell that she sensed my excitement. Well, there was no sense in trying to fool Kurisu anyway. Hey, come on, Miyashiro. Read it. Read it now. Right now. Read it quick. Read what it says so we can all hear it.
ここで読んでみせろ。
Ito looked like he was about to pounce on me.
落ち着け。
Calm down, Ito.
これが
How can I stay calm at a time like this?
伊藤君
Ito-kun. All it took was one word for him to quiet down.
そんな
It's not nice to read it in front of everyone. Good manners dictate that it should be read alone by the person who received it.
のがマナーでしょ
That's right,
そういうわけ
so...
で。
Aw, Miyashiro-senpai, you're such a dork.
I tried my best to remain calm as the others complained, and then slid the letter into my bag. Of course, I was actually trying my best to suppress the desire to read it immediately. Still. First, the Nico Neo offer, then a letter from a girl. What was happening to my life? Suddenly, I felt a weird sensation run down my neck. Someone was watching me. Someone made that, no me? I turned around. And then I saw something huge, something that most certainly didn't belong there. It was like some kind of twisted piece of art. A D-sword. Man, Uki's D-sword is so fucking cool. Uki was standing behind the rest of the group, staring at me intently with a stern expression on her face. In her hand was a shining, beautiful blade. A D-sword. My mind went blank for a second. Uki, what are you? Oh, Squints. Like, I had a feeling all these good things were to do with her stuff, but like, Squints.
What?
Huh? What was that? I know I just saw a D-sword. I tried blinking a few times. But Uki wasn't holding any kind of sword at all.
どうか
Is
しました
something wrong?
あ、
Oh,
いや、
no. Just, what exactly was that? Maybe a hallucination caused by the setting sun?
なあ、
Hey, Miyashiro, just a little.
ちょっとだけ、
Just read a
ちょっと
little.
だけでいいから。
いい加減に
Enough,
しなさい
Ito-kun.
伊藤君
The tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared as I listened to the others chatter. And when the door closed. My cool, casual demeanor broke into a giant grin. I was going to be a guest commentator on Nikoniya News. And on top of that, I had gotten a love letter from Aozaki Yume, the most beautiful girl in the school. On the way back home, I had to stop myself from skipping around Shibuya. No, wait a second. Yoshitakaru. I said the words aloud to try and get myself under control. Some things were just too good to be true. Maybe Ito was right, and it really is just a prank. But... Ugh. The first rule of entertainment is to make it seem like things are going well right before everything goes to hell. Not that my life is mere entertainment, obviously. Anyway... If it's a prank, why would anyone bother? Is the goal to laugh and make fun of me? Who'd want to do that? Okay, so... this is a part where it diverges for the two character routes. So for one of them, I have to pick positive. For the other, I get to pick negative. But I can also get a bad ending if I do neutral and then pick positive for the following one. So, I think we're gonna go and get that one done first. Yeah, and then we'll be set for getting all the other bad endings too, because the following bad endings for the next illusion are for picking neutral or negative. So, 3 more bad endings that we can get. Yippee. Or maybe people can sense the light of my inner genius, no matter how hard I try to hide it. But normally, I don't stand out at all. Everyone seems to get the wrong idea, but I always try to keep myself out of the limelight. And yeah, how is Akiyume found me anyway? Which means that she's special. The chosen right-sider and the chosen beauty drawn together by a special destiny. Is this fate after all? No. Calm down, Shirotakaru. Maybe someone's planning to get my hopes up as much as possible before humiliating me on a video and uploading it to social media. There are other possibilities too. This could also be someone's way of getting me to sign up for expensive English language instructional materials or join some weird cult. I carefully cut open the top of the letter and took a deep breath.
I've always been watching you. I love you, Miyashiro-senpai. Would you please be my boyfriend?
But when I looked at the bottom of the letter, I froze. There's an 11-digit number and next to it.
I'll be waiting for your answer.
A message. A phone call, huh? A phone call was a very dark and scary thing for me. But she told me her feelings and was waiting for my answer. As a gentleman, I had to respond. And there was still a chance that it was a prank Hito and Serika were playing on me. I needed to make the call just to be sure. I carefully entered the number on the paper into the phone and tapped the call icon with shaking hands. I waited for a while, but she showed no signs of picking up. Just as I was about to hang up, it connected.
Huh?
Hello? Huh? The call went through, right? Hello? Hello?
Is this Miyashiro? Is this Miyashiro-senpai?
So this is Aozaki Yume's voice. It's so cute.
This is Miyashiro-senpai, right?
No, yes, that's right. It took everything I had to keep my voice from shaking.
Thank you for your phone call. It makes me very happy.
No, thank you. I mean, I'm not sure what to say. Jeez, what am I doing? The sweet voice from the phone is making me its prisoner.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Oh, yeah.
Senpai?
What?
I think I'm too happy to sleep tonight. You hang up first, okay?
No, you first.
Then let's both hang up on the count of 3. Oh, no. I'll hang up instead.
Huh? Okay.
Alright, senpai. Good night. Kiss. Kiss.
These sure are some sounds. Buddy's taken out. Goddamn. I took a deep breath and let out all the air in my lungs. I'd been in such a panic that I didn't even remember what I'd talked about. The only thing I could even barely recall was that we'd agreed to go on a date after school tomorrow. She told me that it would be embarrassing to let the girls in her class see her, so she wanted to meet me someplace a little further away from the school. So we both agreed to meet at Cafe Lax, I think.
Huh?
Wait a second. My brain had started working again, and I realized the mistake I'd made. If we went to Lax, someone from the newspaper club could see us. Not to copy what Haozaki-san said, but I'd be embarrassed to let them see me too. Maybe I should change the meeting location. I took it out and tapped the number I just called. Why not send a text? God damn. However,
The person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed.
Instead of her beautiful voice, I was met with the cold voice of a recording. And that's strange. Maybe it's just taking a bath. Or she ran out of battery. We were talking for a long time, so it's certainly possible. I tried again, but...
The person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed.
It was the recording again. What was going on? But if she wasn't picking up, there wasn't anything I could do. She'd been able to see that I called, so she'd call me back when she looked at her phone. And come to think of it, we could go someplace else after meeting at Cafe Lax. Even if we did run into someone, we could probably talk our way out of it. Probably. And so... Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and I almost slapped out of my chair. At this hour? For a moment, I thought back to the return of the new Gen Madness, and I felt a cold sweat start to form under my armpits. I looked outside, afraid. Huh? Outside the door was a girl I knew well.
Uki.
Uki. What was she doing here? Whatever she was here for, I couldn't leave her out there.
Oh.
Yuki looked relieved when she saw me.
なんだよ。
What's up?
こんな時間に
Why are you here
どう
at
した
this hour?
Oh, I'm sorry for coming over so suddenly. This is for you.
She handed me a plastic container wrapped in a tiny sack.
This is some dinner for you. If you'd like, you can have it.
お裾分け
Leftovers?
Yes. Dr. Sakuma told me you need to eat some real food. So why?
ウキが
You
作った
need this?
Yes. So I don't know if it's good, but...
I took the sack. The container was still warm. It must have been made just a little while ago.
I'll be going then.
Yuki bowed her head and turned to go.
あ
I tried to say thank you, but the words got stuck in my throat.
Oh.
She suddenly turned back to face me.
Takura-san. I'm taking good care of the paint you gave me every day. If you'd like, please come to my room and see it.
Aw, that's really cute. She smiled and fidgeted as she looked up at me. Oh. And then she ran off into the darkness before I could say anything. The meal she made for me had a very kind, gentle taste. No. Food. Sleepy. Last night, I've been too excited to sleep properly. I'd gone through all the back issues of Cool Cat Press I could find, trying to learn all their best dating tips, and the next thing I knew it was light outside. As a result, my mind had been dulled from the exhaustion all morning, and my usual stylish and cool mannerisms were missing a little of their sharpness.
Oh, there you are. Morning, Taku. Good morning. You look tired. Let me guess. You were up all night?
I'm so jealous. I bet you couldn't sleep after what happened. As I sat down on my seat, I was surrounded by familiar faces. Hey, guys. I took out the contents of my bag and put them in my desk, trying as hard as I could to act natural. And what's with that smug look?
That's right. We're all being nice enough to come visit you.
Why did you come to my classroom anyway?
You know why? We want to know what happened.
She was definitely talking about what happened with Awazaki Yume's letter. And I couldn't stop thinking about her myself. A date. A date after school. A date with the most beautiful girl in school. There's no way I'd be able to think about anything else. My mind was already spinning like a merry-go-round with happy fantasies. No. If I start getting excited and freak out over a single date, I'll be no different than those wannabe normie wrong-siders. But...
Come on, Taku. Tell us.
Sadika smacked her hands down on my desk and leaned forward. Tell you what?
About the letter you got yesterday.
It's got nothing to do with you.
Haha, I see.
You see what?
Let me guess. I was right. It really was just a prank. Was it?
I knew it. I thought the same thing. I mean, of course it was a prank. It's me and Shiro we're talking about. The odds of him being able to class change into a normie are 0. Projecting much, Ito? Well, if that's what he wants to think, then fine. But the reality is the exact opposite.
Come on, everyone. It's not polite to keep asking questions like that. It's Takuru's private life after all. Huh? Aren't you interested, Non-chan? I'm not. But you've been standing with us the whole time. That's because... Right, I needed to tell him to make sure that he gave a polite response to the letter he'd been given.
No, really?
So... Well, if he's willing to tell us, you know.
Know what? You just want to find out as badly as everyone else, don't you, Kurisu? So? So what? Come on, just stop wasting time and come out with it. The letter, how'd it go?
Was it real? Or a prank?
It was...
It was?
Anyway, enough about that. We need to talk about our next issue, since we didn't get to discuss it yesterday. Everyone sounded upset. Even Kurisu joined in.
You're such a jerk.
Come on, it's not like it'll hurt you.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't care what you say. The answer is no. We'll talk more about our plans for the next project at lunch, okay? It was clear that nothing good would come from talking to them about it. I tried to force the conversation to change direction, but...
Huh? Why lunch? We usually meet after school, right? Oh, I just saw him freeze up a little.
Which means...
He's got after school plans.
No, that's...
あるのね。
You do, don't you? You do.
あるね。
You really do.
Everyone found out immediately. Will I be able to complete my mission after school? No, I have to. For the sake of my bright, shining future.
Okay, see you after school. Ito-senpai, keep an eye on him, alright?
Sure, leave it to me.
楽しみだね。
I can't wait till after school.
放課後。
So, when you put this all together, you see... I kept thinking about what would happen after school, even during Mr. Wakui's lecture. Ozaki Yume. The girl whom everyone claimed was not only the prettiest girl in her grade, but the most beautiful in the school. I thought about going to see what she was like this morning, but eventually decided not to. She saw me. She'd think I'd come to check her out.
So you're the type of person who judges someone by their appearance, huh? I'm disappointed.
If that happened, everything would be ruined. I wonder what she's like. Her voice is cute. I know that for a fact. If you can tell whether someone is pretty from their voice, then I can say without a doubt that she must be gorgeous. The real question is what she's like on the inside. Even if she is cute, I don't want to date a girl who's a shallow slut, hello? The whole, but only if they're hot thing is for shallow people with shallow minds. I mean, sure. A true right-sider like me won't be deceived by appearances. But still. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it's also true that what's on the outside of a person reflects on who they are inside. Which means that on the inside, she has to be. Alright, who can read this next part? Miyashiro-kun?
Miyashiro-kun?
Hey, Miyashiro! He's calling on you, Miyashiro! Huh? I suddenly realized the whole class was looking at me. Miyashiro-kun, were you not listening? Oh, no. I stood up and then froze. Crap. Where am I supposed to be reading from exactly? Page 122, line 4, Miyashiro. Ito, I owe you one. This is the dream I had. I was sitting, arms crossed, at the head of a bed. A woman was lying there, face up, and told me in a small voice that she was going to die. Her long hair draped across the pillow, framing a face that was soft and round. There was just a hint of red blood beneath the pale skin of her cheeks, and her lips, of course, were red as well. And then she said, in a soft but clear voice, in my dream, I become a butterfly. That's the name of the chapter. Butterfly. And the butterfly floating here and there. As I read the passage, I started to get confused. I had to read Soseki's 10 Nights of Dreams in class before, but I didn't remember this part at all. And I thought that yes, she was going to die. So I leaned over her and asked, are you a human dreaming you're a butterfly? Or are you a butterfly dreaming you're a human? Both the human and the butterfly are indeed going to die, the woman said. Then she opened her eyes and said that you're dreaming too. If you don't get out soon, you won't be able to get out at all, Taku. What? Hey, Miyashita-kun, what the hell are you reading? No, My classmates must have found my reaction funny, because they all started to laugh. Come on. I know you had some good luck lately, but get a hold of yourself, man. I just stood there in shock as the rest of the class laughed at me. I looked back at the textbook, and there was nothing like that written there. Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. What the hell was that? Was that just a delusion? I come to think of it, something weird had happened last night too. Was Ida right? Am I just feeling overwhelmed because I've been chosen as a news commentator and received a love letter? Or am I still tired after all the stuff that happened with the case? The harder I tried to think about it, the harder it got to think at all. Sheesh. Looks like you're still tired. Why not go wash your face? I'm sorry, sir. I could feel the rest of the class staring at me as I weaved my way through the desks and out to the hallway. I should probably just do what he suggested and go wash my face. Maybe that'll make my head feel clearer. My footsteps echoed down the empty hallway as I headed for the washroom, when suddenly I saw it again. There was no way I could mistake it for anything else. It really was a D-sword. And the person holding it was...
Uki.
But why? Before I could say anything, she turned around. But wait! And ran away on tiny feet. I ran after her. I was sure she went this way. I found Uki and quickly ran over to her.
Uki!
Uki looked up at me, confused. Her bangs were a little wet, and she'd been wiping them with a handkerchief. She wasn't holding a D-sword. She was just holding a girly handkerchief. What are you doing?
I fell asleep during class, and the teacher told me to go wash my face.
Fell asleep?
Yes, I've been helping out the dorm all day lately, and I guess I'm getting a little tired.
Her little body seemed to get even smaller as she apologized. Looking at her now, it was impossible to believe that she might have been planning to do something evil with her D-sword. I see.
I'm ashamed to say it, but...
Her cheeks went red with shame, and she turned her head downward.
I'll be getting back to class then.
Okay. Yuki bowed her head and then disappeared down the hall. And there it was again. I was seeing things again. What was happening to me? Lunchtime came, and I went to the clubroom like I had originally planned. I was still thinking about the creepy thing I'd seen.
Hello, everyone. It's the moment you've all been looking forward to. It's time for the Huggy Ho lunchbox. We're here to brighten up your lunch hour, so let's get right to it.
The Broadcasting Club was playing their daily lunch broadcast. How many people actually look forward to this?
Now, today is November 5th. That's the day they found King Tut's tomb. It's also National Apple Appreciation Day. Yum yum.
Okay.
Still, it's been getting really cold lately. I'd rather have a yummy orange while sitting under a heated blanket.
Kotatsu.
Heated blankets are amazing, aren't they? Even the scariest person in the world couldn't help but fall asleep under one. Doesn't it make you feel good sleeping under a heated blanket? Once I fall asleep, I don't get up. I tell myself, you have to wake up, you have to wake up. You have to wake up, you have to wake up, you have to wake up. You have to wake up, Taku.
What was that? Is someone calling my name?
You can't stay there. You have to wake up, or you won't be able to come back.
I won't be able to come back? What does that mean? Wait, what do you mean?
Alright, let's play a song request. We'll begin with Phantasm and their hit song.
The lunchtime broadcast was back to normal. Although their students were acting like nothing was out of the ordinary, they're discussing what anime was good this season or where they were going after school. It was like that broadcast had never happened. This is so weird. At this point, even I had to admit that something wasn't right. Was I going crazy? You've been crazy, dude.
Takuru-san, what's wrong?
I heard a voice and turned around. And I gasped again. Nikki was standing there, holding a shining blade.
What's wrong?
Huh? What the hell? I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Nuki was in front of me, but she wasn't holding a D-sword. Her oval eyes went wide with surprise.
Have I done something wrong?
No, it's nothing.
I see.
I tried to act calm, but Yuki didn't seem satisfied. You're going to the club room too, right?
Yes.
Want to go with me?
Yes.
I walked ahead so that she couldn't see how worried I was getting on the inside. I could feel her following me from behind.
Oh, there they are. Ciao.
Everyone was already in the room.
I'll make some tea.
I watched Yuki start to make the tea, like always, and sat down in my chair. What's up? Why the big sigh? Don't tell me she dumped you already. No, that's not it. I let my head droop down as I tried to think. What was happening to me didn't seem to make sense. Was it only happening to me? Either way, I didn't think I'd be able to solve this problem on my own. Which meant...
あのさ、
Listen,
ちょっと
I
聞
want
いて
to
ほしい
ask
ん
you
だけど。
guys something.
どうしたの？
What's up?
改まって。
あのさ、
Actually...
実は、
And then I told them about everything that had happened since last night. I didn't mention Yuki's name since she was right there.
Wow, that doesn't sound good, does it?
専門のお医者
Maybe
様
we
に見
should
ても
have
ら
a
った方が
specialist
いい
take
か
a
も
look
しれ
at
ないわ
you.
ね。
Everyone started to give their own opinions.
I don't think you should worry too much. It might just be stress.
ほら、気の持ちようってのもありますし。
そうそう。
And that's right.
女
You're
の子
just
から手
excited
紙もらっ
because
て
you got a
舞い上がっ
love
てるだけ
letter.
だろ。
そう。
And do you guys really think that's all this is? That's all it is? Maybe I was just overthinking things. In all honesty, I didn't want to think too hard about it. Maybe I just wanted to hear that everything was okay. I did feel a little better getting it off my chest.
タク？
あ、
Oh,
いや、
that's nothing.
参考になった。
You've all been a big
礼を
help.
言うよ。
Thanks.
もういいの？
Is that all you wanted to say about it?
なあ、
Yeah.
それに、
We have to
企
talk
画の
about our
話
next
もしなく
project
ちゃなら
too.
ないし、
We can't talk
いつま
about
で
my
も
prompts
僕の問
forever,
題にかま
right?
けている時間もないだろう。
それはそうだ
That's
けど。
true, but...
それじゃあ改め
Alright,
て、
so about that
今後の活動
project.
についてだけど、
それじゃあ、
So,
当
you
面
settled
の
on
活動
doing a
目標
report
は
on the
渋
Shibuya
谷復興
Restoration
祭のレポー
Festival,
トっていう
correct?
ことでいいわね。
We ended up picking the obvious answer for our project. I've been opposed to it until now, but after what was happening to me, I honestly didn't care anymore. I've been just as happy to do a cooking video. Even the excitement I've been feeling for my after-school date was beginning to fade. As the school day drew to a close, I kept turning my phone on and then turning it off again. Of course, I was thinking of calling Awazaki-san. My mood kept getting darker and darker as afternoon classes proceeded, and I didn't feel like I was up for a date anymore. It wouldn't be right to spend a date feeling like this, and more than anything it would be rude to her. Part of me wanted to do it another day, and part of me didn't want to waste this chance. I thought and thought and...
やっぱり、
I
今日
guess
は
I'll
体調
tell
が
her
悪い
I'm
って
not
ことに
feeling
して
well, and that we should do it
別の日
another
に
day.
回してもらおう。
May as well get it over with then. I turned my phone on again before I could change my mind, and then tapped in her number. She didn't answer. One more time. She still didn't answer. I kept trying, but she never picked up. Come to think of it, she would have seen that I called last night, but she hadn't called me back. If you got a call from someone you liked, wouldn't you normally pick up right away, or call back as soon as you could?
仕方ない。
Oh well. It might not be ideal, but it'd be better than blowing her off. I decided to visit the second-year classrooms, but I didn't know what Awazaki-san looked like. I only knew her name and phone number. Maybe I should have asked Ito first, but there was no helping that now.
せめて有
If
馬
only
がいれば
Arimita were here. She'd be able to tell me what class Awazaki was in, at least. I went to Arimita's classroom, but I couldn't find her. She must have gone home already. I guess I'll have to... No,
はい。
Yes.
I worked up a little courage I had and asked one of the girls walking by.
ちょ
Can I
ちょっといい
ask you
ですか？
something?
なんで
What
すか？
is it?
その
Do you know what class
Awazaki Yume-san
Awazaki
のクラスって
Yume-san is in?
どこですか？
は？
だから、
Aozaki Yume-san,
Aozaki Yume-san.
I said.
青崎？
That was strange. She was the prettiest girl in school. She should have at least heard of her.
あの、
I asked someone else, but
青崎さん。
Aozaki-san, do you know her?
知らない。
Nope. I don't think there's anybody in our grade with that
2年にはいなく
name.
ない？
Squints. There wasn't. Animita had said she was the prettiest girl in the school, not just the second year class. Ito knew about her too, and even been jealous of me. I tried to talk to her last night on their phone. Or I talked to her last night on the phone. I decided to visit the first year class just to be sure. Maybe I heard wrong and Naozaki-san was a first year student, not a second year student. But
いませんよ。
There's no girl with that name here.
what the hell is going on? How could there be nobody named Aozaki Yume in our either grade? No, I know. I decided to call Animita. I would have done that sooner personally, but you know. Damn it. This was the first time I could remember where she had picked up the phone. Fine, I'll send an email. I waited but got no answer. What the hell? What was happening here? A black shadow started to weigh down on my heart. Did this have something to do with the other strange things that were happening around me? Or was my earlier guess right, and Harimura and the others were trying to prank me? I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting around all day waiting for an answer. I ended up going to Cafe Lux, where we were supposed to meet. I was sure if I went there, I would be able to find her. Even if it was a prank, my friends would all be there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Either way, I'd learned something. I went into the cafe and looked around from a slightly concealed vantage point.
What are you doing?
あ、いや、
Oh, well,
Whatever. She's been waiting on you for a short while.
あ、そう。
oh, okay. Huh? Wait a second.
今なん
What did you just say?
She's waiting. Look, over there.
Oh. I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Cute.
よかった。
I'm so glad you came. I have been waiting for you, Miyashiro-senpai.
She's Aozaki Yume. All thought evaporated from my mind. The world quickly lost its color, and all the noise around me seemed to fade away. The only thing I could see was the girl in front of me. A shock like a gunshot went through my chest. Her silken hair, her long eyelashes, her oval eyes like stars, her perfect nose, her lips the color of pale cherry blossoms. Her chest was the perfect size, not too large and not too small, and her hips were curvy, but not too curvy. Her skin was smooth and glowed like there was a light shining from within her. And more than anything, her beautiful smile as she looked at me. Every part of her body seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of beauty herself. Oh, whispered, "Moe moe, cute." It's so funny, goddamn.
先輩？
Yes, she was an angel. She was a miracle who had descended from heaven. She was customized to be exactly what I wanted. And that was no exaggeration. It was the only way I could think of it. I was looking at the very incarnation of everything I'd ever wanted in a girl. What could I call this except a miracle? All the doubts in the back of my mind crumbled away, like sand blown by the wind. All the girls in the lower classes that Hekiho had told me they never heard of Aosaoki Yume, but she was right here, right in front of me. What other fact could I possibly need?
どうしたんですか
What's wrong, senpai?
Here we go, baby. So, either way, we're getting a bad end from this point. Let's first get the negative delusion bad end. And that's right, I didn't need anything else. Everything I needed was right in front of me. Believe, and you shall be saved, as they say. Did you wait long? But just as I took a step toward her, I heard loud steps coming up at the outside stairs. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard the door open. I turned and saw. Here we go. Who was that? I turned around. Oh boy. I froze in place when I saw who it was. The temperature in my body dropped rapidly and my heart turned to ice. It was her. Haida Riko, the pyrokinetic I thought was dead. My stomach started to shake from the tension. The terror dried up my throat, and all the nerves in my body seemed to short out. My knees were shaking. I need to run. Otherwise she'll kill me. She'll kill me! But the sheer hatred in her eyes overwhelmed me to the point where I couldn't even move a single muscle. I can't move. Everything is stuck in place. My body isn't moving, even though I'm telling it to. It's all your fault. Die! The woman in front of me said nothing, but I felt like I could hear her whispering to me. A scream burst from my throat. The next moment, damn, they better have paid his VA good money, cause damn. My body burst into flames. Oddly enough, there wasn't that much pain. But my brain was telling me clearly that was in mortal danger. There was the terrible smell of scorching protein and burning hair. Burns do a lot more damage to the body than people think. Burns over just half the body are enough to kill you. From the intensity of the heat, I could tell that over 80% of my body had been burned. And there were probably third-degree burns too. A third-degree burn was bad enough that instead of pain, you felt nothing at all. And there was no way to save me. The pyrokinetic's flames were burning me alive. I rolled around and tried to put out the fire as best as I could, but it was simply the last impulsive struggle of my survival instincts. The fire was so hot that all the oxygen around me had vanished, and it was starting to suffocate. Why is this happening? I thought she was dead. So why? Everything slowly started to fade away. And as it did, I could see Uki walking up to me, crying and sniffling. In her hand was the beautiful D-sword. The last thing I saw was the way it shone in the light of the fire. RIP. Okay, let's get that neutral one. Of course, this was the entrance to a store, and there was always going to be footsteps of people coming in and out. I ignored it and started to walk forward. Suddenly, I lost my balance. I was overtaken with surprise. My body was flailing backward. I could guess the cause. The person who'd come up to me from behind and grabbed me by the collar, then flung me backward. Huh? I fell down with tremendous speed. My body slammed down on the middle of the stairs. I bounced off and fell more, and then this time I hit my neck. My body writhed at the bottom of the stairs. Strangely, I didn't feel any pain. My brain was emitting chemicals to dull the pain. But I could tell. Not only had I fractured my skull, but I heard the sound of my neck snapping. I could tell. There was no saving me now. The flame of my life had been burning so brightly a moment ago, and I was about to be blown out so easily. But why? Why did this happen to me? And who was the person staring at me from the top of the stairs? Doubts rolled in my mind as I began to cough up blood, and the whole world turned black. Yeah, no, that seems like a neutral delusion to bad end, given the previous one, which was the negative delusion. And you know what we gotta do? We gotta now pick the positive delusion and get yet another bad ending. Isn't this fun? Who's at the door now? Oh, it's Erika. Hi. Oh no, wait. What are you doing here? Did you follow me?
I didn't follow you. I came here behind you.
The difference being... Those both mean the same thing. Why did you do that?
Because...
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh? I couldn't hear you. Say it clearly.
Because I wanted to know what happened.
Serika stuck her lips out into a pout and squawked. You probably think this is funny, right? I don't think that's very nice.
No, that's not it.
Then what is it?
You know, Taku.
Serika never held back about saying anything she was thinking, but now she looked really hesitant. I felt weird seeing her act this way.
Taku, what are you going to tell Yume-chan? Are you going to tell her, okay, and then things get all lovey-dovey?
Lovey-dovey?
You're going to say okay, right? You are, right?
Well...
We knew it. You are. Either you're going to flirt with each other and then kiss in the classroom after school.
What are you talking about?
I mean, she's the prettiest girl in school, right? Well, why would you refuse?
Listen, it's none of your business what I do. I felt like she was throwing a tantrum, and I reacted coldly. Normally, she just complained more, but today, something was different about Serika.
It is my business.
The lighting of the cafe reflected off her wet eyes. No way. I had no idea. I had no idea that Serika could look so sad.
It is my business.
Wait.
I've been watching you for longer than anybody. I've been with you longer than anybody. And to tell you the truth, I always loved you more than anybody. But now I'm losing you to a girl that shows up out of nowhere. I'm so I don't want that.
Yeah, that's fair. All I could do was stand there like an idiot as she sobbed. Sarika is in love with me? Dumbass. She always has been? No, but she's never shown any signs of that. I had no idea what to do. At no time in my short life had I ever dealt with anything like this. Just calm down. That was all I could say. I'd always thought of Serika as a friend, as someone I could always count on regardless of her sex. I never really seen her as a girl. I thought that we could always be friends like that, but...
Forget it! Taku, you're such an idiot.
She turned away and ran down the stairs, the tears reflecting in the light as they streamed down her face. Wait, hey, listen to me! I tried to follow after her when... What? Was that a delusion? Then where's the real Serika?
Huh?
No, I'm sorry. The footsteps coming up the stairs weren't Serika's. They belonged to a man I'd never seen before. Serika, in love with me? What was I thinking? That's impossible.
Huh?
What? Huh? I suddenly gasped in surprise. Anosaki-san had been right there in that chair a moment ago, but now she'd vanished. I looked all around the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had she gotten annoyed watching me just stand there and gone home? No, that was impossible. And there's only one entrance to the cafe. It was impossible for her to leave without me seeing it. I went to where she'd been sitting and took a closer look. But there was nothing on the table. There was no sign that anyone had even put a water glass on the table, and the chair was pushed in. And there's nothing to hint that anybody had been sitting there at all. What's going on? What's happening? I saw a girl sitting here. I know I heard her voice. Was that all a hallucination? Another product of my delusions? I suddenly felt a gaze. I looked around the cafe, but didn't see anyone. I looked outside. And outside the window, on the other side of the street where the sun was setting, I saw a tiny silhouette looking up at me.
Uki.
And there was no doubt about it. As she looked at me with silent, calm eyes, there was an elegant and razor-sharp blade in her hand. I ran out of the store. This time I'm sure of it. Uki was watching me. What was Uki doing there? If I could find that out, I might be able to find out what's going on. That certainly spurred me to action. I ran as fast as I could after her as she fled. She was just a little kid. At this distance, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her. At least that's what I thought. But no matter how fast I ran, I didn't seem to get any closer. What was this weird sensation? It wasn't that my sense of distance was screwed up. It was like I was chasing something that wasn't there. I was moving my legs as fast as I could, but it was like in a nightmare where you're running from someone who's chasing you, and you don't seem to be moving at all. This time, my desperation pushed me beyond my limits. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My sides stung from lack of exercise. My legs were screaming that they were about to give up, but I forced myself to keep going. Yuki turned around and saw me, and then slipped through the turnstile to escape. I followed her through. Huh? I'd been in such a hurry that I hadn't put my card up to the machine, but it had let me through anyway. It had done the same for Uki too. She hadn't gotten out her card either. No, worry about that later. I ran up the stairs to the platforms, and I was just in time to see a train slide into the Harajuku platform and watch Uki get on. Wait, Uki, wait! Huh? It disappeared. Uki had just gotten onto a green car from the Yamanote line, and it was suddenly gone. It hadn't left the station. I would at least be able to see it then. The whole platform was quiet, like the train had never existed in the first place. And it wasn't only that. The whole station was strangely dark. I couldn't see a single person. What? A cold chill ran up my back. What was going on? I looked around again and again, but the place was as quiet as the surface of the moon. Complete silence. Complete emptiness. There were no customers and no employees either. The information boards were all black and showed nothing at all.
Huh?
This is impossible. Shibuya is supposed to be the 5th busiest station in Japan. Right. Where's Uki? I forced my tired legs to move and look around for Uki. But the only sound on the platform was my footsteps, and there was no sign of Uki or anyone else. Damn it, what is happening? What the hell's going on here? I felt like someone had torn open my skull and started fiddling with my hippocampus. I went down the platform and through the turnstile, and everything was back to normal. I had no idea what was going on anymore. And then I heard the sound of the train coming in above me, as if it was mocking me. I ran back up the stairs, feeling the people around me staring at me in bewilderment. But when I got there, the platform was as empty as before. I had no idea what was going on anymore. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I staggered down the stairs, feeling defeated. Once I got back down, the world was normal again. I didn't feel surprised anymore. I just felt empty. I put my back to the wall and let myself slide to the ground. Maybe I had gone crazy. I looked up and saw a commercial for a music artist playing on the big TV above Scramble Crossing. Hi, Fess. It was playing a song by Phantasm that had just been released a few days before. And suddenly, there was now static on the screen.
Please, listen.
That voice.
Taku, please. Taku, you, listen. Ours, here.
Serika? And Kurisu too? Why am I hearing their voices from the TV?
Careful, you're trapped in a delusion of Shibuya.
Delusion of Shibuya?
If you want to escape, you have to.
I heard a noise, and their voices vanished, only to be replaced by the Phantasm music video once more. Was that a hallucination? No. It was another message, like the ones I heard before. A delusion of Shibuya. And the lights in the intersection changed, and the people started to move. And beyond them, standing in a gap between the crowds, I saw a girl. It was Yamazoe Uki, holding her D-sword. Suddenly, I felt like a dam burst in my mind. Gigalomaniacs. Yamazoe Uki's power as a gigalomaniac is to reboot other people's thoughts and desires.
Yeah, he figured it out.
That's right. The whole thing started when I had that nightmare about being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. Then this must be I started to move. The light was about to turn red, but I ran across the intersection anyway. I forced my way to the other side of the street as the car horns blared at me. I finally caught you. When I grabbed her by her tiny shoulders, Iki jerked and looked me up at me in shock.
Takure-san.
The D-sword she'd been holding had vanished. But that didn't matter anymore. Sorry, but you won't be able to fool me anymore. Just tell me the truth about what's going on. Pretending to be scared isn't going to work, you know. Yuki, you just had your D-sword out, didn't you? Everything that's been happening around me, and that's your fault, isn't it? Yuki shook her head frantically to the left and right, as if she was trying to wriggle out of my grasp. No, I'm not letting you go until you tell me the truth. She looked around for help. I realized that the people around me were staring at me suspiciously. Stares, stares, stares. They formed a circle, looking at me with cold, inconsiderate eyes. Hey, you! Two black shadows forced their way through the crowd. You, I mean you. What are you doing there? No, no. This is bad. What's wrong? Are you doing something you shouldn't be? No, she and I are friends. Every criminal says that. Criminal? No, You can tell us at the station. Now, come with me. Strong arms grabbed me and held me tight. Yuki slipped out of my grasp. She slid through the crowd and disappeared from my sight. If I get arrested here, not only will my life be over, but I might not lose a critical clue. Are you a student? This is a Hekiho uniform, isn't it? Oh, I see. That explains it. Hey, wait! I forced my way free and ran into the crowd. Stop! Does anyone ever actually stop when they hear that? If I was going to stop, I wouldn't have started running in the first place. I practically body slammed my way through the crowd, running as fast as I could while the people around cursed at me. How much time had I spent running today? I felt like I'd been chasing a phantom of Yuki forever. At some point, my legs started to move on their own. I couldn't see the police anymore, but I was still terrified they might appear at any second. The only place I could go to was Aoba dorm.
Takuru?
Kurisu's eyes went wide as she saw me run in, out of breath. My lungs were begging me for oxygen. My heart was about to burn out, like an engine low on gas.
What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?
True. I thought I'd be able to speak, but my throat had dried up too much for me to get the words out.
Just have some water and calm down.
Usually I'd ask for a amount of you instead, but now wasn't the time. I took a gulp of water from the glass Kurisu brought me, and finally calmed down.
So, what happened?
Is it true?
Calm down before you start speaking. I can't understand what you're talking about.
You've been sending me all these messages lately, right? Are they true?
メッセージ
Messages.
そうだよ。
And that's right. You keep telling me this isn't Shibuya. I swallowed the rest of my sentence when I saw the look on her face. She was blinking at me in confusion, with her head tilted to one side. It was clear she had no idea what I was talking about.
タクル
いや、
No,
やっぱり。
never mind. Let's say, just hypothetically, that this isn't the real Shibuya. If that is the case, that means the girl in front of me isn't the real Kurisu. It's just a delusional version of her. One that's only a part of this world of delusions. Which would mean that I'm probably wasting my time asking her anything. And there's no point.
ウキは
Murazuki. I decided to do something else.
ウキちゃんがどう
Did
かした
something
の
happen with Yuki-chan?
ウキは部屋
Is
に
she
い
in
る
her
のか。
room?
いえ、ま
No,
だ帰って
she's
ない
not
けど
back yet. But I think she will be
でもそうね。
soon.
もう少ししたら戻るんじゃないかしら。
Yuki shouldn't know that I'm here. And there's no other place for her to go, as far as I know. So all I have to do is wait here for her.
ねえ、どう
What's
したの
wrong,
タクル
Takaru?
何があった
Tell
の
me.
いや、
No, that's nothing.
別にって
It doesn't look like nothing.
とてもそん
What
な風
happened
に
with
は思えないわ
Uki-chan?
ウキちゃんと何かあったの
Kurisu was acting like she was really worried.
大丈夫だって。
It's fine. And there's nothing you need to
心配
worry
するような
about.
ことは何もな
I
い。
just want to ask her something,
ただ、
is all.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあっただけだよ。
本当に
Is
それ
that
だけ
really it?
本当だって。
So I couldn't... I,
Dogara, koko de mataste moratte ii ka?
Blah, blah, blah.
yeah, so can I stay here and wait for her?
変なこ
It's
とじゃないわ
nothing
よね
weird, right?
Huh?
ウキちゃんに聞きたいことっ
But
て
you want to ask Uki-chan.
あの
She's
子も
going
いろい
through
ろ
a
苦労
lot,
してるん
so you need
だ
to be nice to
から
her.
優しくしてあげなきゃダメよ
分かってる
I
って。
know that.
だったらい
I
いけど
hope so.
Kurisu headed for the kitchen. She still looked worried. She was probably getting ready for dinner. For my part, I decided to sit there and wait like I said I would. Come to think of it, what happened to Awazaki Yume? I thought I saw her at Cafe Lax, but then she quickly disappeared. Maybe she was just another hallucination. I took out my phone and looked at the call history. I tapped the screen to call her number. And she answered. There was a lot I wanted to ask her. And she didn't. As I listened to the phone ring, a strange sort of urgency started to well up within me. There's no sign of her picking up. It rang 20 or 30 times without even going to an answering machine. Damn it. I was getting nowhere, so I decided to end the call and try again. I didn't know what her plan was, but it would make this a battle of wills. I'd keep calling again and again until she picked up. I'd call again and again and again. How many times had I called her by now? It was more times than I could count on both hands. I knew that much, but not once had she answered the phone. Maybe the monotonous sound of the ringing was getting to me, because I was starting to get sleepy. It had been a stressful day, both physically and mentally. My mind, body, and soul were all worn out, and the exhaustion was building up. My eyelids started to feel heavy. It became harder and harder to stay awake. No. Don't fall asleep.
タクル
Kurisu had come back from the kitchen at some point and was standing next to me.
クルス。
もう
Aw,
ダメよ
don't sleep here.
そんなところ
You'll
で
catch a
寝ちゃう
cold.
風邪ひいちゃうじゃない
違う。
No,
僕
I...
は
はい
Right, right.
わかった
Just
か
come
ら
with me.
こっちにい
I'll
らっしゃい
put out a
お
futon
布
for
団敷い
you.
てあげるから
No,
ここで寝ちゃうよ
You'll
り
get more rest sleeping
少し
in a
の時間
futon
で
for a
も
little.
ちゃんと布
Instead
団
of
で寝
just
た方が
sleeping
疲れも
here.
取れるから。
Kurisu grabbed me by the hand and stood me up.
もう
You're so silly
しょうがないんだから。
sometimes.
I didn't get the sense from Kurisu's voice that she was giving me an order. Her voice was filled with kindness and compassion. I was too tired. Her voice was too soft for me to resist. I let her take me where she wanted me to go. I was so sleepy. I wasn't even sure what I was feeling.
はい、
Okay.
こっ
This
ち
way.
よ。
Kurisu brought me into what looked like a girl's room. Everything was colored pink and made for the taste of a little girl. This is... Yeah, that's right. This is Uki's room. The Chifel run she got is on the side shelf on its little pot. This is definitely Uki's room. But why here?
お布団
I just hung the
今朝干したば
futon
か
out
り
to
だか
dry
ら
this morning,
ふか
so it
ふか
should be
なは
nice
ずよ。
and comfy.
But still, it's not right to sleep in a girl's room when she isn't there. Wait, that's not the real question I should be asking. Then, what is... I didn't know. I didn't have the mental capacity. I didn't have the mental capacity left to think about it. Or perhaps it was Hypnos, the god of sleep, tempting me. Regardless, it didn't matter what it was. I just wanted to sleep. The desire to sleep was controlling my body and mind. As I fell into Uki's bed, I was surrounded by the gentle, mild scent of a young girl. It was a clean, sweet scent, like freshly washed sheets. The scent made me even more tired, and my eyelids slowly began to... The phone call. My phone was making a noise in my pocket. Who could be calling at this hour? I'm sleepy. Call me some other time. But the phone didn't stop ringing, no matter how long I waited. Give it up. I'm trying to sleep here. And who are you anyway? And they just wouldn't stop, even though my mind was still hazy. I felt like I had no choice but to pick up the phone. The name on the display was...
Aozaki Yume.
Oh, right. Maybe she saw my call and finally decided to call back. That's right, I had to find out who she is. I have to answer the phone. I tried to move my fingers to tap the call button icon, but my body felt far heavier than it should have. I just needed to move my finger a little, but it was like my body belonged to someone else. I need to answer it quickly. Or she might just hang up. But it was like my body was paralyzed and it wouldn't move. It was like I was in a dream. A dream? But then who's the one dreaming? Me or someone else? No, that doesn't matter. I need to pick up the phone. If I don't hurry, she'll hang up. Hurry, hurry. I put all my strength into my fingertip and finally was able to answer the call. Hello. My voice was so exhausted that it was hard to believe those were my own words. Even as I talked, it felt like I was going to be dragged into the forest asleep.
Hello?
I was too out of it to even tell whose voice it was on the phone.
Taku, can you hear me? Taku?
Who's calling me?
Listen, Takuru. At this rate, you're never going to wake up. You need to hurry and... Please, wake up, Taku.
Where are they? Isn't Aozaki Yume supposed to be on the phone? It's not working. His consciousness level is still dropping. At this rate, Miyashiro is going to die.
No.
Keep calling out to him. More than you're doing now. I couldn't even tell who was saying what anymore. I was falling into the abyss of sleep.
Listen, Takuru. What you're seeing isn't real. The real you was badly hurt, and you're in a hospital bed. Please, Taku. Remember, we're not going to be able to come back. Please come back.
I could hear desperate cries, from very close and from far away. But it was amazing how little they seemed to matter to me at the moment. A gentle light enveloped me, and I fell asleep. Where am I? Huh? I'm supposed to be in Uki's room. Is this real? Or is this a dream? A dream? Whose dream? Mine? Well, I screamed as something suddenly came into view. Tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... So, tell me, how do you feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets, and to know how powerless you are? That's right. She was everything to me, and you let her die. But now my revenge can be complete. Ito... You... Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that scalpel and anesthetic? I was so angry about Yui's death. If not, it's going to hurt real bad. Just like it did for Yui-chan. Yuito... What? Are you going to cry and beg me not to kill you? Get on your knees and weep. You really...
Oh, Takuri-san.
I guess when I heard the voice behind me.
Good. I found you. Listen, Yui-chan is...
And then, Yuki saw the boxes near my feet and froze. Shocked, she looked at them, and then at me, as if she was trying to say something, and then she saw Ito.
Yui-chan is...
Don't interrupt me! This is the best part. Miyashiro's miserable from the loss of his dear sister, and now he's going to die. You're not part of this, so shut up and watch. Ito turned toward me. Yuki looked at the boxes again. Then she finally seemed to understand the meaning of Ito's words, and then...
No.
She took half a step back.
No.
And screamed. And then glared at him in fury. But what? Her D-sword appeared in her small hand. What the hell? What's gotten into her? Yuki staggered forward, flailing the sword wildly. Ito had no idea how to handle his sudden attacker. Wait, Yuki, Ito is still... I got between them, and then... Here we go again. An impact. Pain. Heat. That's right. She stabbed me with her D-sword.
No.
I finally remembered. That was what had happened.
あれが
Was that
現実
reality?
それじゃ
That
今
was I inside my delusion just now?
僕の妄想の中
I could hear voices.
Please, wake up. Come back to us, Takaru.
I could hear Shirika and Kurisu on the phone. Huh? What's going on? Was that a dream? Was I... Oh, that's right. This is Uki's room. I fell asleep in Uki's room. I was on the phone. I called Awazaki Yume. And then they called me.
Taku, can't you hear me?
And that's right. Sarika's voice is calling me. Huh? Suddenly, something flew by me and knocked the phone out of my hands. And fell on the floor. Its body split open by something sharp. My mind was still hazy as I forced myself to look up at the person holding the shining blade above me. Standing next to the bed, her face filled with desperation was...
No, you can't learn anymore. This world is your reality.
この世界こそ
Takaru-san.
があなたのタクルさんの現実なんです。
Her voice was as sad and desperate as the expression on her face.
どういう
What
ことだ
are you talking about? Yuki closed her eyes just for a moment.
優しい
A
家
warm,
族、
loving family.
温かい
Kind
友達、
friends.
楽しいこと、
Fun things.
嬉しいこと、
Pleasant things.
幸せなこ
Happy
とだ
things.
けが
And nothing
ずっ
else.
とずっと繰
Going
り
on
返し
forever
繰り
and
返し
ever.
どこまでもどこまでも続いている。これが現
This is
実
the
の
real
渋谷。
Shibuya.
こ
For
れ
you.
が
This
タクル
is
さん
real.
にとっての現実。
What's wrong with that?
それでいいじゃないですか。
違う
No. I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't move.
何が
What's so wrong with that?
それ
It's... What's wrong with it? If the dream I had was right, I won't like what's waiting for me when I wake up. Compared to that, this is paradise. Just like Uki said, here there'd be nothing but fun things, pleasant things, and happy things in my life. But... is that truly living?
やっぱり
This isn't... I finally managed to get the strength in my arms and stomach to sit up.
やっぱりここは
This isn't real.
現実なんかじゃない
I was trying to tell myself that. No matter how much I didn't want to admit it. No matter how much I didn't want to accept it. No matter how much I wanted to ignore it. If that was the truth, Even if I'd almost died after being stabbed by Uki's D sword. As long as I was still alive.
やめて。
Stop it.
お願いです
Please
からやめて
stop.
ください。
You don't have to suffer anymore.
Yuki.
どうしてなんですか
This world can be anything you wish for.
ここはどんな幸せな世界にもなるんです。それなの
So,
に、
why are you trying to destroy this happiness?
そんな風にせっかくの幸せを壊そうとするんですか。
そんなこと言ったって。
A dream's just a
夢は
dream.
夢でしかない
At some point, you have to wake up and face reality.
覚めない方
Some
がいい
dreams are
夢だって
better
あ
not
り
to
ます。
wake up from.
Yuki looked like she was about to cry.
私は
I hurt you so badly that you might die.
命に関わるような大きな怪我を負わせてしまいました。もしかしたら
You may never be able to
二
go
度と
back to
今
your
までの
old
ような生
life.
活はできないかもしれない。たとえ今
Even if you do go back
現
to
実に戻
reality
った
now,
としても
all that's waiting for you is a life of
あ
pain,
なたを待っている
misery,
のは
and other horrible
辛くて
things.
苦しくて嫌なことだらけの人生ですよ。そんなの
Is that really
生き
living?
てるって言えるんで
Is
す
there
か？
any point in being alive
生
like
きてる
that?
意味があるんですか？
And the words she said grew in mass and density, creating ripples in my heart. And they weighed down heavily upon me, and my mind creaked a bit under the strain. At the same time, the heat and pain from when Yuki had stabbed me came rushing back. And the feeling of coughing up blood, and the feeling of my life flowing out of me, and despair shouting my heart.
そんなの
I can't.
無理です
I
よ。
couldn't bear that.
私
That's
には
why.
耐えられないです。だからだから
That's why. I
私
made
は
a
こ
new
うして
world for
新しい
you.
世界を作
A
った
world
んで
with
す。
the happiness you
ク
wished
レさ
for.
んの望む幸せな世界を作ったんです。
I'm pausing here because, like, I learned something about, like, the term for happiness specifically in Japanese, shiawase. It means more specifically a lasting happiness rather than just like, oh, I'm happy in this current moment type thing. And she used shiawase, so. Anyways,
このままこの世界にいた方が
I know you'll
ク
be
レさんは
happier
絶
if you
対に
stay
幸せ
here.
でいられるんです。
yeah, versus Yurishi, which would normally be translated as just glad, which makes sense.
私だって
I,
私だ
I'll
って
be
その方
happier
が
too.
Slowly. Like a slow-acting poison, all my negative emotions came welling forth to hold me back. It was fine to put on a brave face and say that I had to wake up from my dream. But if Yuki was right, even if I did go back to the old world, my body would be half dead already. And Yui, my little sister. She'd been killed by the man I thought was my best friend, and now she was gone forever. Was there anything left for me in the real world? And there's nothing but cruelty and coldness. But in this world, I wasn't hurt at all. Yui was here too. And there was even a girl who loved me. Was there really any reason I had to go back?
Well,
です。
Yuki's voice was shaking. Tears were running down her pale white cheeks.
私の
it's
せい
my fault.
なんです。
This is all my fault.
何もかも私のせい。
ウキ。
私は
I,
Yuki started to speak, her head downcast. She told me about herself.
私は
when I was
まだ
little,
小さかった
Mom and
頃
Dad would take me
お
to
父
this
さんやお
strange
母さんに
place.
連れられて不思議なそこでは
And there were a lot of
た
people
くさん
there
の人たちがお
praying
祈りを
and
したり
meditating.
瞑想をしたりしていました。
I imagined it was some kind of religious facility. Evidently, her parents had been involved in some kind of cult.
お父さんとお母さんは
They were very
とて
strict
も
people,
厳しい人で、
and they wouldn't tell me why I had
私
to
が
go
どう
there,
してそこ
and
に
I
行かな
never
ければ
thought
いけ
it
な
was
いの
strange
か
that I did.
教えてはくれませんでしたし、私もそれをおかしなことだって思ったりはしませんでした。ある日、
One day, I was
私は
taken to
地
that
下へと連れ
basement,
て行かれました。
and then right afterward,
そ
there
し
was
て
that big
その後
earthquake,
すぐに
and they
大きな
told me
地
that
震があ
mom
っ
and
て、
dad had died.
お父さんとお母さんは死んだって言われました。両親の
I
他に
didn't
は
have any relatives
親戚は
beside
誰も
them,
いなくて、
so I had nowhere to
行
go.
くところのなくなっ
So
て
I
しまっ
stayed
た
down in
私
that
は
basement, taking care of the people there.
皆さんの面倒を見るようになりました。それも
To me,
私にとっ
this
て
was
は
all normal.
当然の
I
成り
never
行きで、
wondered why I had to
ど
do
うして
it.
こんなことをしなければいけないのかなんて疑問に思うことはありませんでした。
I remembered when I took her out of that basement. She'd been there since she was very little, and had been everything she had.
いろいろとお世
And
話をし
whenever
て
I
いると、
helped them,
皆
they
さ
would
んは
always say,
ありがとう
"Thank
って
you."
言ってくれました。その言
And
葉を
when I
聞
heard
くと、
those words,
とて
I
も
felt
嬉し
so
くて、
happy and so
すごく
warm.
優しい気持ちになれました。
I would tell
この人
myself
た
that
ち
they
は
needed me,
私を必
and
要
that they
と
were
思って
counting
く
on
れて
me,
るんだ。
and that made me very
私のことを
happy.
頼ってくれてるんだ。そう思うと、とても温かい気持ちになれました。
Squints. Okay, I can understand why it got translated as happy here, but like the adjective she actually used for that ending part was itatakai, which means like warm. So, once again, understandable why they went for happy, but staring at you, Japanese. For young Yuki, being needed was the only way she felt she had any value in the world. I could see that from how hard she worked at Alba Dorm. That desire to be needed was the only thing that kept her going.
私は
It makes me
私の
happy
周
when
り
the
にいる人
people
が
around me
幸
are
せになって
happy,
くれることが嬉し
instead
い
of
んです。
making myself happy.
私が
I'd
幸
rather
せ
make
に
the
なるこ
people
とより
around
も
me happy.
誰かが幸せになる、その方が私にとってはとても嬉しいことなんです。誰かに
I
幸
want
せに
someone
な
to
って
be
ほしい。
happy. I want to
誰
make
かを
someone
幸せにし
happy.
たい。
I want
あ
them
り
to
がと
smile
うっ
and
て
say,
笑っても
"Thank
らいた
you."
い。私は
And that's how I was
きっ
born.
とそのために生まれ
But
たんです。
then,
それなのに、
Her round eyes filled with tears again.
なのに、
but then I
私は
hurt you.
タクルさんにあんなことを。私のせ
And
いで、
because of me,
タ
you,
クルさんは、
you,
タクルさんは、
I
私は
made you
タ
unhappy,
クルさんを不幸
Takuri-san.
にしてしまったん
I
です。
can't make you happy in the real
私
world
にはもう
anymore.
現実の世界でタクルさんを幸せにすることはできません。で
But
も、
in this world, I can make you
こ
happy.
の世界なら、
I can make you smile.
私はタクルさんのことを幸せにすることができます。タクルさんに笑ってもらったり、ありがとうって言ってもらえることができるんです。だから、
So,
だか
so
ら、
please,
お願いします。
stay in this world
どうか、
and help
こ
me
の世
make you
界で
happy.
タクルさんが幸せになるお手伝いをさせてください。
僕を幸
And you want
せ
to make me happy?
ウキが
Yes.
And the meaning of Uki's world slowly sank in. Here, I could be happy. Here, I could smile. Here, I would never have to suffer again.
タクルさん、
Yeah. Maybe it's okay to stay here. As soon as I started to think that, I began to feel incredibly tired again. Everything started to get hazy. I'm sure this is for the best. Nobody wants to suffer. And there's no difference between reality and delusion anyway. It's all just what your brain is showing you. So it's better to be happy.
タクルさん、
If I just let myself sleep.
私が守り
I'll
ます
watch
から。
over you. I'll watch over you
あなたの幸せをずっ
and
と
keep you happy.
守っていきますから。
When I wake up, I'll be happy. Everything started to fade away. A tiny hand rubbed my back. It was Uki's hand, gentle and warm. It would keep me safe. So that.
そう
Yeah,
だな。
that's right. If Uki will make me happy, that's fine with me.
よかった
I'm
です
glad.
Sweet, a gentle darkness slowly enveloped me. When something bad happens, I can just look away from it. I can hide myself in my own little world and just not look at it. Trying to deal with bad things will only make me miserable. And what's wrong with that? There's nothing in my life worth going through all that for. I can just let things pass me by. If I can have fun and be happy, what could be better? Everything will be alright. I can live here. Uki is saying she'll do everything she can for me. I can't turn down her kindness. This is fine. Nothing's wrong with staying here. Everything will be alright.
そう
Yes.
それでいいんです
Everything is going to be alright.
Everything's alright. In the end, this world is mine anyway. It's only what I perceive, what I feel, what I know. So I can do what I want, or just do what I want. I won't bother anybody else. I can just forget everything, and let Uki take care of it. And then I fell. I fell toward an infinite abyss. Toward a happy world that only belonged to me. One I would never want to leave.
おやすみなさい
Good night,
タク
Takuru-san.
ルさん
Sweet dreams.
素敵な夢を
There it is, bad end 4. That was a long one from a bad end. Just like that, though, we got all the bad endings from this route out of the way. I'm pretty sure the way to get Uki's ending specifically is by getting all positive delusions in the route. Conversely, there's this 1 second delusion where I'm pretty sure having the negative delusion at is where it would put us in the Serika route. I'm still not 100% sure which one I want to do first. Like, given how things are going, I'm a little inclined to go Uki's route first, or Uki's ending, rather. Just because it's the, like, kind of bittersweet ordeal of, like, oh, she made this whole dream world for us. Surely, this is, like, gonna be the good one, right? So, like, I feel like technically Serika's route will be a bad end in a way, just because of this. So, like, that's why I'm inclined for Uki, but at the same time, it's like, well, Uki's route is gonna be the quote-unquote good end, so, like, save that for last? I don't know. We're definitely gonna, for sure, get both today. I don't care. But that does mean true ending next week, which is crazy. I was crazy once. I think I will go ahead and go for Uki's route first. We'll just have more emotional turmoil later, probably. It's fine. It's fine. I love a solid ellipsis. Either way, the fastest way to find out was to read it. It will give me a clue as to whether it was real or if it was... This would give me a clue as to whether it was real or a prank. I cut off a tiny piece at the top of the envelope and took out the letter from inside. The letter was written on pretty pink paper that matched the envelope. I started to read the contents of the letter. Let's see.
何何
Nani.
突然のお手
And I
紙で
apologize
ご
for
めんな
sending this
さい
to you so suddenly.
けれど
But it was causing me too much pain, too much sorrow, and too much agony to keep
My feelings locked up inside my tiny little heart.
今にも胸が張り裂けそうで
I love the effect of Hakuru's voice blending into the girl's voice. I am but one person that is not in post-production land, so I can't do that.
I'm very afraid that this letter won't be enough on its own to express the depth of my feelings. But still, I have to write it.
それでもやっぱり我慢できなくて。だから
I have to do everything I can to put my feelings to paper.
筆を綴ります。これまで私は
Miyashiro-senpai, I watched you for a long, long time.
宮代先輩のことを見ていました。知的で
You're so smart, so knowledgeable about everything, and everyone looks up to you as the president of the newspaper club. But you're also so modest and so reserved.
なのにそれをひけらかすことなくいつもクールで。その眼鏡の
Each time
奥に
I see the sparkle in your eyes behind those
まっすぐな
glasses,
瞳を
my
見るた
heart
びに
aches.
私の心は締め付けられるように苦しくなっちゃうんです。そうして
And at some point,
いつしか
I've become your
私は
prisoner. Lately, I think about you all the time, whether I'm awake or asleep.
最近で
I
は
feel like I'm going
寝ても
crazy.
覚めても宮代先輩のことばかり。
Crazy?
こ
I
の
was
ままで
crazy
は
once.
私はどうにかなってしまいそう。もちろん
Of
私なん
course,
かが
I know I'm not good
宮
enough
代
for a
先輩のよ
wonderful
うな
person
素
like
敵な
you.
方と釣り合うとは思いません。でもも
But
し
if you have even the slightest interest in
も
me
し
at
も
all,
宮代先輩が少しでも私のことに興味を持ってくれるのなら、最初はただの
it doesn't
後
have
輩
to
として
be
でもいいん
serious
で
to
す。
start with.
先
But
輩、
would you please
私と
consider going on a date with me,
お付き合
senpai?
いしていただけませんでしょうか。
Talking noises. Just reading it was enough to make me feel dizzy. I was ashamed that I had ever doubted her. I could feel Awazaki Yume's pure innocent feelings for me pouring forth. Joy burst from within my heart. I'm a truly terrible man to make such an innocent girl my prisoner.
僕はなんて罪な男なんだ。
I ran my hand up and back through my hair, adjusted the rim of my glasses, and sighed dramatically. What's this?
Ew, what's this?
And then I saw it. At the bottom of the letter. There was an 11-digit number. Was that a cell phone number?
お返事
I'll be waiting for your answer.
And that's what it said in cute round letters next to the number. My throat went dry, and my stomach started to clench. She wants me to call her? She wanted me to talk on the phone with a girl I'd never met before, and one who was supposedly the prettiest to come along in a decade? Sutika and the other newspaper club members were one thing, but I still got nervous talking to my classmates. This was asking way too much. Ellipsis. The second one. Oh my, a third one. And it's making some thinking sounds. Gasp. I realized I'd been standing there clutching the love letter for hours. If I waited any longer, I'd lose the chance to call her. Not to mention, it must have taken her a lot of courage to write this letter. So if I didn't respond, Sarika and Kurusu would get mad at me. And not only would it be rude to her, it would go against my own sense of morals and etiquette.
Yosh.
Let's do this. I gathered up all my willpower, took out the phone, and dialed the number on the paper. Uh-huh. And then I tapped the screen with a trembling finger. And it started to ring. And the wait was torture. I had to try my best to stop from hanging up. And then she picked up. Hello? Amazing. I stuttered. I totally screwed that up. It's me.
その
I try my best to start over. Hello, Mr. Obama. So true. Huh? Is this Hawazaki-san's voice?
Can you hear me? Come on, Taku.
Taku? How does she know my nickname?
Come on, Taku.
Maybe this is actually Serika's route then. Interesting. Huh? This voice, is that...
Oh,
Oh,
no
no
way.
way. Oh, I should have actually expected that given that for the positive delusion at the cafe, like, Serika popped up. It still could end up being Uki's route anyways, because, you know, really bleeding into the dream possibly, but shucks. No way. I know I entered the right number.
Takeru, please answer me. Takeru.
And this time it was another voice. And the voice belonged to... Kurisu. What's going on? Why am I talking to Serika and Kurisu? Maybe the girl sent me that letter as a prank? No, wait. I could see Serika and Ito doing this, but would Kurisu really go along with something like that? No way, Kurisu isn't the type. She'd never do something so childish. Besides...
Taku, can you hear me? Answer me.
It sounds like they're talking about something really urgent. This doesn't feel like a prank or an act. Oh no, wait. What's wrong? And why is the connection so bad? So the people doing the audio effects can go on a field day? Because we're doing great.
Serika, you need to tell him. He needs to know. Yeah, you're right.
My heart started to beat faster. What was going on? What were they talking about? There was so much noise on the line, it was almost impossible to make them out. And they seemed like they were in a big hurry.
Listen carefully. Where you are isn't... So please, Taku, hurry and...
The people doing the audio work is doing great. I love... Hey, I can't tell what you're saying. Get somewhere with better reception. Bloop. Huh? Yeah, that's fair. Reasonable reaction. And what's the sensation I'm feeling? What was I... Oh, right, the phone. I was on the phone. Look at the phone I was holding. Ellipsis. And it was still trying to connect me to Aoizaki Yume. There were no signs she'd picked up, and I couldn't hear Serika or Kurisu at all. Confused Takeru noises. I'm so confused. What the hell was that? A dream? But it felt so real. The ringing continued. This is when I thought she might not pick up. You connected, and now we get to skip through. Hell yeah. Since we already did the other positive delusion, the blah blah blah, we gotta keep skipping right on through after that until it becomes the proper character route, be it Uki or Serika. Though given that that's what the positive delusion did here, I feel like it's probably gonna be Serika's route. But that's just a hunch. Here we are. Get positive delusion, idiot. Yeah. Yeah, she's right. If Uki will make me happy, that's fine with me. Hang on. Context? Everything started to weigh a tiny hand around my back. It was Yuki's hand gentle that would keep me safe, so that's that. I see. So I guess I still was right. Maybe? I don't know. Let's keep going. Let's find out if this is Uki's or Serika. And I slowly sank into the abyss of unconsciousness. Forever and ever. Another Uki? You can't! Huh. Suddenly, I heard a voice that pulled me back from the abyss. A roar filled the air, and a single ray of light flashed. I felt like the void itself was being sliced apart. I struggled to open my eyes, and then forced my vision into focus. I saw two people there. One was Yuki, who was on top of me, and the other was Yuki, not on top of me, probably. Yep.
Takuri-san.
Two Ukis. Perfect, an Uki for each hand. The other Uki was holding a huge elegant, not elephant, god damn. The other Uki was holding a huge, elegant blade, far too big for her little body, and using it to tear open a hole in space. Hell yeah. Uki noises from both Ukis. The Uki from the other side of the void swung her sword in a flash. The Uki on top of me leapt back and just barely dodged.
You.
My mind was having trouble comprehending the fact that I was seeing two Ukis. Fair. What the hell? What the hell is happening? What is going on? Is this part of the dream? Or is it real? I just don't understand. Why are there two Ukis? Another Uki lifted her blade and readied it. Uki raised her hand out into the emptiness and plunged it into a crack between dimensions. The particles formed in the dead spots in my brain. And with a dazzling light, the long flowing blade, her D-sword, appeared in her hand.
We're seeing double.
The two of them stared at each other for a moment. They both moved at almost the exact same time. Uki on Uki violence! The blade was brought down in a flash, like a hawk descending on its prey. And the other Uki raised her own weapon to block it. And then the other Uki launched her counterattack. The sword scorched the air as it danced faster than the wind. But her powerful strike was deflected by a strange movement where she held the blade diagonally. Wind. Sound. Impact. The two switched rapidly between attacker and defender. The two switched rapidly between one place and another. The two switched rapidly in my mind. I couldn't tell which one was which anymore.
Takuri-san, don't let her trick you.
One of the Uki seemed to be losing slightly. She yelled in a loud voice that didn't sound like Uki at all. Trick me? What do you mean?
What she do? What the maid that's in front of you just said is all a lie. So please, don't let her trick you. Don't tell him that.
Oh, lie? What she just told me, that I can live happily in my dreams forever. That was all a lie?
Listen to me. Even if you do what she tells you, it won't make you happy.
I won't be happy?
That's right. You'll just melt away into the delusion and never be able to come back. Don't say another word.
Pale fireworks flashed violently in front of me, and rainbow streaks of light burned into my eyes. I tried as hard as I could to think about what the other Uki, the one that had just appeared, was telling me.
Takuri-san, she's lying to you. You can be happy in your dreams. No, she's lying to you.
Which is the real her? Who should I believe?
Takuri-san, remember what happened back then.
Back then?
Remember what happened that day. Don't say anything else.
What happened that day? It was... that day. What really happened?
Ask yourself, whose delusion is this really? Think, and find the answer.
I could sense a door that was half open in the back of my mind. The vision of the past I'd seen started to slowly open that door once more.
No, stop. Don't remember. No. Remember what really happened, and who this delusion really belongs to.
What really happened? On that day, I saw tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. And inside those boxes was... So, tell me, how did it feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets, and to know how powerless you are? I remembered this part. The horrible events of that day. She was everything to me, and you let her die. But now my revenge can be complete.
でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。
Ito, you. Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that scalpel and anesthetic? I'm so angry about Yui's death. If not, it's going to hurt me real bad, just like it did for Yui-chan. Ito. What? Are you going to cry and beg me not to kill you? Get on your knees and weep. You're really...
Oh, Takuri-san.
And then Uki came.
Good. I found you. Listen, Yui-chan is...
And then she saw what happened to Yui.
No.
She took half a step back.
No.
And screamed. What? Her D-sword appeared in her small hand. What the hell? What's gotten into her? Yuki had staggered forward, flailing the sword wildly. Ito was running and screaming for his life. Wait, Yuki, Ito was still... I got between them. And then... I reached out my hand.
No.
Stop it, Yuki! And in my hand was my D-sword. That's right. I acted on instinct and grabbed the sword in the corner of my eye.
No.
And then I can't say this is the turn of events I was expecting. I'm unfortunately also not surprised this is the turn of events for the record, but... I wasn't the one who was stabbed.
タクルさん。
It was Yuki. A horrible sensation of ripping through blood vessels and muscle fiber. Her body crumpling forward. The sound of her coughing up blood. The thud when she bounced off the pavement. Yuki's body turning red. It all came back to me. Yeah, that's fair. As the truth of the past came back to me, Yuki from this reality screamed and collapsed on the cold floor. She started to spasm and vomit up blood. Her limbs flailed out in impossible directions and froze. It was a slow death, but a certain one. My mouth went wide open in shock as I tried to understand what was happening to her. She reached out her hand into the air, fingers curled like she wanted to grab something. But then her arm fell. She stopped moving completely.
Uki.
I remembered even though I wish I hadn't. What I'd just seen was the hidden truth. And because I'd remembered it, the Uki from this reality had just died. All the exhaustion and desire for sleep that had been eating away at my body were gone. I suddenly felt something strange and looked down at my hands. In my right hand was a long, sharp sword. The shining blade was covered in sticky blood. I did it again.
You remembered, didn't you?
Another Uki whispered softly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared at her own twisted body lying on the floor.
This isn't the world you curated. This was the world that Yamazaki created. A world of delusions inside me.
So it really was Uki's. Then what about you? Where's the real you right now?
The real me is sleeping in a bed next to you.
Next to me?
Yes. And this world is my final dream, just before my life fades away.
Your dream?
Yes. I rebooted the dream world inside me and trapped you here.
So this world is Yuki's dream.
Then, this girl...
Yuki's voice sounded a little more sad now.
She was who I would be if I got everything I ever wanted.
Yuki knelt down and silently closed her other self's eyes. And then she slowly stood up and walked over to the desk and opened the drawer. She took out a tiny envelope. It was a pink envelope, like a little girl would choose.
覚えています
Do you
か？
remember this?
それは
Nuts. It wasn't something from so long ago that I would forget it, and it had left an incredible impression on me. So I remembered it very well. It was the envelope that Awazaki Yume had used to send her love letter.
嘘をついて
I'm sorry
ご
for
めん
lying
な
to
さい。
you.
Yuki looked a little embarrassed.
あの手
I'm
紙
the
を
one
書い
who
た
wrote
の
that
も、
letter.
そ
And the
して
one who appeared to you in that cafe, in the form of your ideal girl.
あのお店で
was
待っていたのも、この子。いえ、
No,
私
really,
だったんです。
it was me.
Yuki is Awazaki Yume? But why?
憧れていたん
I
ですね。
think I always wanted this,
自分
even
で
if
も
I
気づいて
never
いなかった
realized
けど。
it.
だから、
So, I thought that I could at least have it in my dreams.
I suppose this is a world that any girl might see once in her dreams. But for Uki, maybe that's what she always wanted. For a girl who grew up in that dark basement, who never even had the chance to go to middle school. Oh, so that's it. Awazaki Yume. Something clicked in my mind. Awazaki Yume. Rearrange the letters and it becomes Yamazoi Yuki. Yeah. The answer was there all along.
ありがとうござい
Thank
ま
you,
した。
Takuri-san.
Her eyes were still downcast as she spoke.
私は夢
In
の
my
中で、
dreams, I was able to live the life I always
憧れの
wanted,
日々を送る
even
こ
if
と
it
が
was
で
just
き
for
ま
a
した。
short time.
I felt like I knew what Yuki was trying to say.
でも、
But
これでも
now
う
the dream is
夢は
over.
終わりです。
ユキ。
もうすぐ
The real
現
me is
実の
about
私
to
は死
die.
んでしまうでしょう。
But that's...
でも、
But before that
その前に
happens,
タクルさん
I want you to go
はタ
back
クル
to
さん
the
のい
world
る
where
べ
you
き世界に
belong.
戻ってください。あの人
That
が、
woman,
久野里さんが
Kunosato-san,
言っていま
she
した。
said that if I die,
私
this
が死
copy
ね
of
ば、
Shibuya will be
こ
swallowed
の
up by
妄
the
想の
Direct
渋谷
Sea.
はディラックの海に飲み込まれてしまうって。だから、
So, before that
Takuri-sanは
happens,
その前に
you need
早く。
to...
ユキは
What about you?
君
What
は
will you
どうす
do?
るつもりなんだ。
もう時
There's
間
no
は
time.
ありません。
答えになって
That's not an answer.
お前は
What will
ど
you
うするんだよ。
私は、
I...
She tried to continue, but before she could get the words out, the strength left her body and she fell to the ground.
何
What? I quickly ran over to her and grabbed her by the arm and tried to help her up.
何
What
や
are
ってん
you
だよ。
doing?
タクルさん。
You're
お
coming
前も
too.
一緒だろ。
You have
一
to
緒
come
に
with
戻るんだ
me.
よ。
No matter how cruel the real world was, no matter how far away how happiness seemed.
タクルさん。
ほら、
Come
立て
on,
よ。
stand up.
立って
Stand up
一緒
and
に行こ
come
う
with
よ。
me. I would take her with me.
ありがとう、タクルさん。
Thank you, Takuri-san.
And then Uki smiled a little.
でも、
But
ダメ
you
です。
can't.
She quietly brushed my hand away.
私はもう
It was all I could do,
ここに来るだけで。
just to come here at all.
限界だったんです。
何を
What are
言って
you saying? She pointed to the D sword in my hand with a shaking finger.
久野里さんが言ってい
Kanosato
ま
said
した。
that the D sword was like a
理
bridge
想度は
connecting
妄想と
delusion and
現実とをつな
reality.
ぐ橋のようなものなんだって。
そんなこ
That
とは
doesn't.
だから、
So,
そ
if
れ
you
をし
follow
っかり
it,
と伝
you'll
って
end
い
up
けば、
back in the real
きっと
world.
現実に戻れます。
お
I
前が
can't
いれ
go
ば
back
現
to the
実に
real world
戻れ
with
る
you,
んだろ。
right? So just
だから
come with
お前も
me.
一緒に。
Uki was sitting on the floor, reaching out a shaking hand. She was reaching for a broken pot. It had shattered during the fight, and the Shofella was lying on the floor, looking sad. Somehow, it seemed just like Uki herself in this very moment.
タクルさん。 この子、
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Don't worry about it. But before I could say the word, Yuki
嬉しかった。
It made me happy.
collapsed to the floor. And then the world started to fall apart. And the ground and sky started to roar and shake. And everything was pulled back into a pre-quantum state of possibility. Everything dissolved into ones and zeros and fell apart. The end of the world was inescapable, and it was almost upon me. I desperately tried to grab her tiny body. However, her outline started to blur. And the matter that made up her body was dissolving, like sand being blown away by the wind. And then turned back into ones and zeros. And disappeared, like it had never been there to begin with. I grabbed the D-sword into the floor. Or I stabbed the D-sword into the floor, and clung to it to help myself stay standing. Well, the destruction quickly came for me as well and reached me. I felt like my body was being ripped apart. A wave of annihilation enveloped me. And all my senses blacked out. Everywhere I looked, there was nothing. 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 The void. Or perhaps, was this the dear XE, where all things would someday return? I was wandering through an endless void. Particles of light were flowing upward all around me. Even in this form, I could tell exactly what they were. This was Yuki. No, that wasn't quite right. It was the memories that made her up. The memories poured into my brain like a rushing torrent. A young Yuki. Her parents had brought her to a strange building, and she was sitting there, confused, as the adults around her bowed their heads low to the floor. A gloomy room filled with cement and metal. Dozens of horrible devices. Experiments. But even then, she was smiling when she was with her friends, young Yui and others too. Then the earthquake and the destruction. The sealed room. Screaming adults. Fear of reality and longing. Two colliding desires. We want you to stay pure, innocent, and untainted. We want you to take care of us forever. She subconsciously reel-booted that desire. And that's what had happened to her body. Still, she accepted everything. Even her own fate. The world turned pure white and began to be rebuilt again. I clutched the D-sword tightly with my fingers, just like Yuki had told me to. Ellipsis.
Come on, Kuru. No-chan, I just heard him. What?
These voices.
Takeru. Takeru.
And they were calling out for me over and over.
Taku. Taku, 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 Taku.
What? You guys are so loud.
Dad, Takeru. Takeru's opened his eyes.
He did? I'll be right there. And the world began to regain its color.
Takeru, do you know me? Do you know who I am?
Of course I do. Kurisu.
Taku, what about me? What about me?
Who are you again? Just kidding. Eh? hurts.
こら、
Come
意識が
on.
戻っ
What
たか
kind
ら
of
って
idiot
飛び
jumps
つく
on
やつが
someone
ある
right
か
after they get out of
絶対安
coma?
静だぞ。
But...
Ned ran through the curtains, separating the beds, and pulled Serika off me, then peered down at my face.
意識
You're
もは
fully
っきり
conscious,
と
I
している
see.
な。
As he started to give me an exam, I looked down at my hand. It was still in the shape it had been when I was holding my D sword. I'm so glad you woke up.
目覚めてくれて。
Me too. Do you know how worried we were?
こいつら、
And these two kept
ずっと
calling
お
your
前
name
があ
so
っ
that
ち
we
行っち
wouldn't
まわない
lose you.
よ。声をかけ続けてくれてたんだぞ。
You're right.
あ
I
りがとう。
think so. I heard your voices.
聞こえてた。
Don't worry about it. Anything for you,
私たち
Taku.
とタクの仲じゃん。そうよ。
That's right.
それ
I
に
want...
これ以上家族がい
I
な
don't
くな
want
っ
to
ちゃう
lose
なんて。
any more of my family. Kurisu's voice suddenly cut off. Anymore. Is she talking about Yui? And one more person.
ウキ。
Where's
あ、
Uki? I sat up and asked. She said she was sleeping next to me.
タクル、
Takura,
よく
listen
聞
to
いて。
me. Uki-chan
Uki-chan
is... A cold A cold sweat appeared on my body when I heard those words. It can't be. Maybe she's already... I slowly looked around. And there she was.
ウキ。
I could see her resting quietly on the other side of the curtain that separated our beds. Her eyes were shut, and there were tubes attached all over her body. I could hear a monitoring device near her, beeping at regular intervals. She's alive. But then why did Kurisu and Serika act that way? What does that mean?
冷静に聞いて
Takura,
タクル。
listen to me.
Non-chan. You don't have to tell him right
何も
now.
今言わなくても。
いや、
It's okay.
Linda.
Run away.
お前。
I kept my eyes on Uki as I spoke.
クルス、
Kurisu,
教えてくれ。
is Uki.
ウキは。
I had been ready for it, but when I saw it for real, I didn't want to believe it. Even so, I knew I still had to face the reality of the situation anyway. This wasn't the dream world anymore, and she was the one who told me to come back.
ウキちゃんね。
Nuki-chan survived,
一命は
but
取り留めはしたけれど。
Kunosato-san said her brain was badly
脳に受けた
damaged.
ダメージが大きいって久里さんが。
はっきり言って
Tell
く
me
れ。
straight, Kurisu.
クルス、
Is Uki going to get better?
ウキは。治るのか。
I'm
ダメなん
sorry,
だけど
but at this rate...
このまま。
She slowly shook her head. My heart instantly felt like it was going to freeze. I'm sorry, but at this rate, I tried to process the meaning of her words, and the horrible truth finally hit me like a truck. Uki would never wake up again. She would never talk again. She would never smile again. Never. I forced my aching body out of the bed.
大丈夫。
I'm fine. Serika and Kurisu rushed to support me, but I waved them away. Like a sleepwalker, I staggered over to Uki's unconscious body. Her breathing was irregular, but steady. The machine was beeping. I couldn't see a single scratch on her face. She looked like she could open her big round eyes. She looked like she could open her big round eyes and laugh any second. But Suddenly, I was assaulted by a wave of emotion. I softly touched her cheek. Her silent body was so warm and I... All I did was cry. For the girl who'd said that other people's happiness was what made her happy. For the girl who'd risked her life to save me.
Thank you, Takuru-san. In my dreams, I was able to live the life I always wanted, even if it was just for a short time.
For the girl who'd smiled as she said those words. Was there anything I could have done for her? Could I have given her happiness?
Thank you for this. It made me happy.
Ellipsis. And so, many days passed. Many springs, many summers, and many autumns came and went.
それじゃあ行ってきます。
I'll be off.
いってらっしゃい。
Bye. Take
気をつけて
care.
ね。
今日もいい
The
天
weather's
気だ
nice
な。
again today.
行こうか、
Let's go.
ウキ。
Yuki.
あっちは
There are
人
a
が
lot of
多い
people
か
over
ら。
there, so
こっちを
we'll
回ろ
go
う。
this way. Ellipsis from Yuki.
それとも
Or
向こうの
would you
方がい
rather
い
we
か。
went over there? Another ellipsis from Yuki.
わかった。
Got it.
そ
We'll
れじゃ
go
あ
over
向こうから
there.
行こう。
Shortly after, Yuki's body had recovered to the point where we could take her off life support. But it was only her body that had recovered. She didn't talk or laugh anymore. She just stared into space like a doll. Her mind had gone someplace far away and still hadn't come back. Kunosata-san said it would probably never would. And she was probably right. My one wish was that wherever she was, she found the world she'd always wished for. All I could do was pray for that, spend each day with her. It was the one thing I could do to atone for her.
あ、タク。
I turned around just in time to see Serika run up to us.
よ
Hey.
今日もお散歩。
Going for another walk?
う、まあな。
Yeah.
そっか。
I see. The weather
いい天
is
気だもんね
nice.
Serika smiled at Yuki and then looked up at the bright blue sky.
悪いな。
I'm sorry.
最近
I
あ
have
んま
been
り
able
一
to
緒にい
hang
られな
out
くて。
much lately.
うん
Huh?
私
I
の
don't
こと
mind.
は気に
As
しな
long
く
as you're
ていい
okay
よ。
with how things are.
私はタクがそれで良ければいいんだし。
Squints at her. Serika looked at me.
タクはいいん
You're
でし
okay
ょ
with how things are,
それで
right?
Of course. The best thing would be for Yuki to get better. But that was too much to hope for now. So I would do what I could for her.
まあ、
Yeah. I guess. This was the path I'd chosen.
Okay.
だったら
That's good
よ
enough
し
for me then.
Serika smiled, satisfied at my answer.
Alright, I'll be
私は行
going.
くね
See you later, Uki-chan. Ciao.
チャオス。
She said a word she probably picked up from someone else and left. I watched her go, and then we started to walk again. We took each step slowly and carefully.
そうそう。
Oh, right.
それで
So,
さ、
you
ユウト
tell.
が、
Ellipsis.
そした
And then
ら
Dad.
父さんがさ、
More silence from Yuki. No matter what I said, there was never an answer. When I kept talking, I waited for the day that she would finally come back.
あ、
Aw. I think I know where this is going. I stopped in front of a small store. I'd spotted a planter. And I'd seen a certain plant lined up in front of the others at the florist. A Shafalra. And it was the plant that I'd given to Uki as a present for her room.
It made me happy.
I thought I heard her voice and quickly turned to look at her. But I just imagined it.
そうだ
Yeah,
よ
that's not. Ellipsis from Uki still. And then,
ウキ
her eyes, like glass beads, quivered for a moment. Finally, a not-so-silent ellipsis from Uki. And a single tear ran down her cheek.
ウキ
She didn't speak. Her expression didn't change. But she was still in there. And someday.
あ
Hey,
あウキ
Uki. The world was constantly growing, expanding, and evolving. Even if it left the two of us behind, I'd always spend my days with her. And believe that someday she would come back to us. Until then,
僕が君
I'll
の世
spend my
話をし
life
て生
taking
きてい
care
く
of
よ
you. So that someday,
い
you
つ
can
か
be
やってくる
happy.
君の幸せのために
I didn't know if that day would ever come. But until then, I would keep believing. Always. Please tell us you got her the plant. Okay, well, he got her the plant. End of story.
ね
Hey, Taku,
え、タク、
did it come true?
叶えられた？
Did you get what you
やり
wanted?
たいこと。
You mean pain and suffering? Sure. Definitely got that. Dream Sky End. Yep, okay. A hidden story has been unlocked. I imagine that's the true ending. Yep, that's the true ending. Unlocked now. Oh hey, the D-search is right there. That's nice. Anyways, we got to get that other ending first, methinks. Back here we go. So that was for sure the Uki ending, I think. Well, maybe we can double check that, actually. Doesn't seem we can check from here, so let's go back to the title menu. It's fine. Extra ending list. Yeah, that was the Uki ending. So, let's get that. I'm glad I was right. Oh, am I glad that I was right? No. But I was right that the positives only would be Uki's route, for sure. I really don't know what to expect for this to go, however, to be Serika's route. But, you know, let's find out, shall we? Solid ellipsis. Anyway, if I read it, I might be able to tell what the goal behind this letter is. I couldn't get the sticker on the back off easily, so I carefully sliced it off with a pair of scissors and took out the pile of folded papers from inside.
なんだこれ
What's this? Copy
コピー用
paper?
紙
Why would someone stuff this into a cute envelope like that? And was she going for Gatmoe? Like, this is cute to me because it's bizarre and unexpected? That was incredibly depressing, but like specifically because it was suddenly realistic. Yeah, that's fair.
いや
But
でも中身
what
は
does it say? The words on the paper were printed from a computer, not handwritten like the outside. I was a little disappointed, but that was fine. What was important was what they said. Let's see.
全略
Dear
宮
Miyashita
代拓
Takaru,
様
I have watched you for a
これまで
long
私
time.
はずっとあなたのことを見ていました
That was normal.
けれど
But
ずっ
it was too painful to just watch and not act.
So, I've gathered all my courage together
あり
to
が
write
たな
this
勇気を
letter.
出して手紙を出すことにしました。私がお伝
What I
え
want
した
to
い
tell
こと
you
は
is extremely
至
simple.
ってシンプルです。私は
I'm in love with you.
宮代
I
先
have
輩
been
のこ
for
と
a
が
long
好きです。
time.
きちんと
I
整え
love
ら
how
れ
straight
た
your hair is.
宮代
I
先
love how
輩
you're
の
not
髪
too
が好きで
athletic
す。
in tone, but not too thin.
鍛えられておらず、かといって痩せすぎていない体つきが好きです。知的
I
そうな
love
メ
how
ガネが好
intelligent
き
you
です。
look in your glasses. I love your cool, unemotional eyes. I love the high bridge of your nose.
These are very specific things.
I love what a great leader you are in the newspaper club. I love it when you smile. It's moe to me. It's moe moe kyun.
Like, how's the negative deletion?
I love you, Miyashiro-senpai. I took a photo of you in secret. I made it myself on wallpaper, and I stare at it every night.
Well, that's the answer to my question. A little fast.
I pick up a piece of your hair and put it on a stuffed animal, and I hold it when I go to sleep at night. I'm always watching you. Always, always. I'm watching you when you get up, rub your eyes, and put on your glasses in the morning. I'm watching when you go outside and take that first big stretch. I'm watching when you're alone, grinning, and reading your copies of Cool Cat Press. I'm always watching. I'm always watching you. Always, 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 always. I watch when you sometimes have you delusions. That's right. You're always having delusions. You could say you're a prisoner of your own delusions. You're trapped in the delusion of Shibuya. Something terrible will happen soon. Unless you can escape. Run. Run. Run or you'll... You'll... With so many L's. What the hell is this? It's terrifying. Seriously, what the hell? She's completely denpa. A prisoner of my delusions? Running away? What the hell is she talking about? She was watching me? That was a joke, right? But she knows about Cool Cat Press. She can't really... I stood up to look outside my window. That's a sound. Huh? What's the sensation I'm feeling? What was I... Oh, that's right, I was reading that letter. Huh? And the bed was covered with pink paper. It wasn't copy paper, and the writing on it was handwritten, not typed. I quickly looked through it, and it was a normal love letter. That's fair. What was that, then? Did I take Ito's suggestion that it might be a prank a little too seriously? Even so, it seems so realistic. I calmed myself down and read through the letter again. The letter said that she wanted to date me. And then I saw it. There was an 11-digit number at the bottom of the letter. I'll be waiting for your answer. And that's what it said. Phone call, huh? I wasn't very good on the phone. I could feel my stomach clench with stress. And it felt like the stress wasn't going to go away until I called. I'd rather just call now than go through all that misery.
Yes.
Let's do this. I spoke loudly to work up my courage and took out the phone. And then I carefully entered the number on the paper and tapped the call icon with shaking fingers. I waited for a while, but she showed no signs of picking up. This is about to hang up. Connected, and now we can skip through. Oh boy. really wonder what Setika's route's gonna have in store for us. I don't think we'll be emotionally spared, given that we weren't emotionally spared for Uki's route. Wonder where this will diverge. I wonder if it's the same point. Probably the same point. Yeah. Seems like it. Here we are in the bed again. Or... The two Ukis are here. We're realizing what's happening. Where will this diverge then? Maybe at the point of Serika talking to him while walking Uki? Look, it is called a reality ending. Okay, here. Oh boy. I'm not prepared for this one. Where's Yuki? I sat up and asked. That's definitely a different response. Kurisu and Serika both looked away from me, lips pressed into a thin line. But just from that I could tell. Yuki was gone. In the corner of my eye, I could see the curtain separating the bed from this bed from the next. And that was where Dad had been a moment ago. Yuki was there, but she was gone now. Yuki would never move again. She never helped get dinner ready or helped Dad at his work all day without a single complaint. I'd known it was going to happen. Yuki had told me. But I thought that there could have been a chance. Just like how there was a 50-50 chance the cat in the box is alive, at least until you open it. I thought that just maybe. But no, I had to accept it. I had to face reality. However... My feelings overflowed. Hot tears dripped down my face. There's nothing I could do now but cry. I thought I could save her. This time, I thought I could save her. The new gate. I'd seen the girl I'd witnessed at the facility so long ago. Meaning Misawa's Senri. And this time I thought I could save her. Was that wrong of me to do? Even when she was down in that basement, Yuki had never thought of herself as sad. Maybe it was being arrogant to think I could save her. Maybe what I'd done for her was just for my own self-satisfaction. Was she ever able to feel any happiness for herself? Even a little? Thank you, Sakura-san. Yuki's words echoed in my mind.
In my dreams,
I was able to live the life I always wanted, even if it's just for a short time.
She'd think of me at the very last moment of her life. For helping to grant her tiny little wish, which had only come true in her dreams. It wasn't fair. And cried for a long time after that. For Yuki. For the little girl who'd only just
wanted other people to be happy. In other words, you're telling me that you killed Yamazawa Yuki. Several days later, Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san came to ask me about what had happened. So I told them everything. Yes. Like I just told you. He was the one who took her life. So... You want me to arrest you? Yes. I could still feel it in my hands. The sensation I felt when I ran her body through. I was the one who killed her. And I had to atone for it. Please arrest me. The police probably wanted to find a killer as soon as possible. That's why I thought that Shinjo-san would gladly put the handcuffs on me. However... What do you think? Impossible. Yeah. Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san were looking at each other and saying something that didn't make sense. Impossible? What does that mean? Is it possible that I killed Yuki? But I know I stabbed her with my own hands. I real booted the D-sword. I remembered it clear as day. I was the one who had killed her. How could it be impossible? There were no external wounds on Yamazawa Yuki's body. What? But that means... What do you mean? Exactly what I said. There were no external wounds on Yamazawa Yuki's body. Since she was connected to the case, I had an autopsy performed, but they found no signs that she died from external trauma. In other words, Yamazawa Yuki died a natural death. No crime was committed. A natural death? But that's impossible. I killed her. Are you sure about that? Kunosato-san had been mostly silent, but now she interrupted me. You real booted your D-sword and stabbed Yamazawa. Are you truly sure about that? I'm telling you, it's true. I see. There might be one possibility then. No, but that's... What is it? Please, tell me. Kunosato-san's words cut off, and I stormed over to her. Yamazawa Yuki wanted to stop you from becoming a murderer. So, she used the last of her power to reboot a delusion where she died a natural death. Or at least, that was my first thought. But now that she's dead, there's no way to know for sure. And of course, if you're still in her world of delusions, that changes things. A world of delusions? This is another delusion? The dream of the butterfly. And the words came to me suddenly, and I immediately looked up. Someone was watching me. I looked outside the room, trying to see who it was. There was a long, dim hallway, and beyond it, there was... What's wrong, Miyashiro? No, I thought I saw someone. I thought I saw a tiny shadow. The shadow of a tiny girl, holding a sword far too big for her. A shadow. But when I looked again, it was gone. Fuck. Really? You're gonna end there? Come on. Another sky end. That's fucked up and evil. I guess it was dream and another, not reality. I'm stupid. Okay, so that wasn't technically Serika's end. Where did I get the impression that was technically Serika then? I think I misled myself, actually. Because I'm like, oh, surely there's a Serika ending. I guess she'll be the true ending, if not technically the Oversky end, I guess. That's on me, I guess. Fuck this game. Thank you guys so much for joining, as always. I do appreciate it. We're almost done with Chaos Child. That's so weird. Man. And apparently Anonymous Code is, like, the shortest science adventure game, as far as I could tell. I forgot to check to see how long Chaos Head is, but, like, compared to, like, all the Steins Gates and Robotics Notes even, it's shorter for sure, so that'll be a time when we get to that. But, yeah. I will catch you all next time. Bye. Bye.